Almighty God, we give thanks to you, the creator of the universe, and humbly beseech you to direct and prosper the deliberations of the members of this House, here assembled, for the advancement of your glory and the trust and welfare of the people of Trinidad and Tobago. Grant that peace and happiness, truth and justice may be established among us for all generations. Amen.
Oath or affirmation. Announcement by the Deputy Speaker.
Honourable members, I have received communication from Mr. Rushton Parry, MP, member for Mayaro, who has requested leave of absence from today's sitting of the House. The leave which the member seeks is granted. Honourable members, you will recall that a privilege matter was raised by the member for Barataria Sanwan on Wednesday, May 10, 2023. I will reserve my ruling on that matter to later in today's proceedings.
Bills brought from the Senate. Petitions. Papers.
Minister of Finance.
Petitions. Papers. Thank you. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I have the honor to lay the following papers. Numbers 1 to 2. The consolidated audited financial statements of the Urban Development Corporation of Trinidad and Tobago Limited for the financial years ended December 31st, 2017 and 2018. 3. The audited financial statements of the Rural Development Company of Trinidad and Tobago Limited for the year ended September 30th, 2022. 4 to 8. The audited financial statements of Export-Import Bank of Trinidad and Tobago Limited for the financial years ended December 31st, 2018, 2019, 2020, 2021, and 2022. 9 to 17. The audited financial statements of Export Centers Company Limited for the financial years ended September 30th, 2012, 2013, 2014, 2015, 2016, 2017, 2018, 2019, and 2020. The audited financial statements of the National Infrastructure Development Company, NIDCO, for the financial year ended September 30th, 2018, 19 to 20. The audited financial statements of the National Maintenance Training and Security Company Limited for the years ended December 30th, 2019 and 2020. 21. The audited financial statements of Portfolio Credit Management Limited for the financial year ended December 31st, 2020. 22. The consolidated audited financial statements of the Trinidad and Tobago Bureau of Standards and its subsidiary for the year ended September 30th, 2020. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I beg to move that papers 1 to 21 be referred to the Public Accounts Enterprises Committee and paper 22 be referred to the Public Accounts Committee.
Honourable members, the question is that papers 1 to 21 be referred to the Public Accounts Enterprises Committee and paper 22 be referred to the Public Accounts Committee. All in favour say aye. Aye. Any against? I think the ayes have it. Leader of the House.
Thank you very kindly, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Mr. Deputy Speaker, on behalf of the Minister of Digital Transformation, I have the honor to lay the following papers. Paper number 23, the Annual Report of the Telecommunications Authority of Trinidad and Tobago, TAT, for the fiscal year 2019 to 2020. Paper 24, the Annual Report of the National Information and Communication Technology Company Limited, IGOV-TT, for the fiscal year 2021 to 2022. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I also have the honor to lay the following papers. Paper 25, the ministerial response of the Ministry of Works and Transport to the second report of the Joint Select Committee on State Enterprises on an inquiry into the operations of the National Infrastructure Development Company Limited, NIDCO, including its compulsory land acquisition in relation to major projects. Paper number 26, the response of the Office of the Prime Minister to the first report of the Public Accounts Enterprises Committee on the examination of audited financial statements of the Urban Development Corporation of Trinidad and Tobago Limited, UDCOT, for the financial years 2014 and 2015, first session, 12th Parliament. Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Speaker.
Reports from committees.
The member for Faizabad.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I have the honor to present the 12th report of the Public Administration and Appropriations Committee, third session, 12th Parliament, on an examination into the accessibility and availability of diagnostic imaging services at public health institutions in Trinidad, with specific reference to regional health authorities under the purview of the Ministry of Health.
Prime Minister's questions.
Member for Naparima. Proceed, member, you proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Chairman. To the Prime Minister, given the ruling of the Privy Council and its implications for the functioning of our local government institutions, will the Prime Minister indicate what urgent action he intends to take to ensure that local government bodies perform their function efficiently, effectively, and legally?
Minister.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, one thing is certain in Trinidad and Tobago, and that is that notwithstanding the decibels, there is a responsible government in office. Having said that, Mr. Deputy Speaker, in answer to my colleague from Naparima, I propose to make a statement on this matter in a few minutes, and his concerns will be addressed.
Supplemental, Shogunas West.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Honorable Prime Minister, having had the advantage of an advanced copy of the decision of the Privy Council, why is it that the government is taking so long to make this statement in the public's interest?
Prime Minister.
Speaker, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I would like to speak in silence, please. Could you control Sakuva South?
Okay, members, I only recognize the Prime Minister. Proceed, Mr. Prime Minister.
Yes, Mr. Deputy Speaker. The standing orders make provision for follow-up questions, but that is not a question that has not been answered. I have just said that I am going to speak to the matter in a few minutes, and your idea of too long and mine are not the same.
Member for Caroni Central.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Chair. To the Honourable Prime Minister, given the recent judgment of the Privy Council in respect of the delayed local government elections, will the Prime Minister indicate when the government intends to call the elections?
Mr. Prime Minister.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, I'm not aware in my decades of experience in public life in Trinidad and Tobago that the calling of elections and when it is done is a matter for other members other than those who have to call it, Mr. Deputy Speaker. The calling of the election as it becomes due is the prerogative of the Prime Minister of Trinidad and Tobago. And leading a responsible government in any circumstance, I have just said that I intend to address this matter by way of a prime ministerial statement in a matter of a few minutes.
Member for Point of View.
Deputy Speaker. To the Honourable Prime Minister. Will the Prime Minister state if a buyer or lease operator is being sought or considered for the Caribbean Dockyard and Engineering Services Limited, also known as CARIDOC, which falls under the remit of the Ministry of Works and Transport?
Prime Minister.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, the government is not seeking a buyer for CARIDOC. In fact, CARIDOC and the role it can play is extremely important to our diversification effort in marine technology. The government has appointed a competent, qualified group of citizens to form the board of Caribbean Dry Dock and Engineering Services Limited, the company known as CARIDOC. They are currently assessing the needs of this company and that in the context of the national economy. In the interim, Cabinet has authorized NIDCO to procure for the company an appropriate floating dry dock facility which will be able to service all of our national marine assets, including our fast ferries and Coast Guard vessels, as well as other commercial requirements. You may recall, Mr. Deputy Speaker, many months ago that it has been reported that the existing old dry dock did in fact sink in place at Chagaramas. This attempt to restart the dry docking process in Chagaramas is an integral part of our national economic diversification progress. I might add that the company has gone out with requests for proposals. NIDCO has gone out with requests for proposals for this dry dock, and they are awaiting responses from the open invitations that have been issued.
Supplemental, member for point of view.
Deputy Speaker, Prime Minister, you mentioned that there's a board in place for this company, better known as CARIDOC. Could you state who are the board members, please?
Honourable Prime Minister.
If the notice is given, the appropriate notice to the appropriate minister, all the details of that can be given. The government has a number of state boards, and I don't know them all personally to rattle them off to the member for point of view.
Supplemental, Couva South.
Prime Minister, given the fact that you have just indicated to the House that NIDCO is in the process of procuring a dry dock for the continuation of the operations, could you give this House an undertaking that it will be procured in 3 months, or is the government setting up the workers for their eventual retrenchment?
Prime Minister.
I don't see the connections being made by the member for Couva South. Nothing that I have said has anything to do with retrenchment or the workers per se. It is the company's existence and its offering of a service which is now not being offered. And we are taking steps to ensure that the service can be offered because we have a marine fleet, our Coast Guard vessels, our inter-island ferry, our ferries to south, and of course there's a commercial demand. If you know the region, we expect to do business not only with Trinidad and Tobago assets, but other assets. If we are going to provide these services, we are going to have to require workers. If there are no services being provided, then there'd be no justification to have any workers there.
Supplemental, Couva South.
Prime Minister, could you inform this House what is the estimate of the amount of money the government has spent repairing or maintaining its marine assets since the sinking of the floating of this dry dock?
Okay, member, I wouldn't entertain the question at this time.
Well, they would never learn.
Member for Urupuch West.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. To the Honourable Prime Minister, in light of the recent increase in home invasions, would the Prime Minister state what measures have been implemented to improve the intelligence gathering and analysis capabilities of law enforcement agencies, specifically targeting organized criminal groups involved in home invasions?
Prime Minister.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, home invasion is one of the classic crimes of opportunity, and the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service relies on its information gathering and its focus on persons who have chosen crime as a way of life and who may seek such opportunities. Only recently, Mr. Deputy Speaker, among its other successes, the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service has arrested 6 persons and charged them with respect to home invasions within the past few days. The Trinidad and Tobago Police Service is actively working on addressing the criminal enterprises on home invasion and other aspects of criminal conduct, and as long as they get the support of the public and that they focus on using the information gathering technology that's available, we expect to get more and better results.
Supplemental, Oropouche West.
So, in light of your response, can the Prime Minister indicate whether or not anything new is being done, given the fact that the same resources that you're describing have been working on these issues from time immemorial, including the last 2 or 3 years, but still the number of home invasions continue to increase?
Prime Minister.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, I do not have a measure of the number of criminals who are spawned in Trinidad and Tobago every day, nor the number of opportunities that arise. What we do have is a requirement to have a resolve to treat them as they confront us. There are many things that we've been doing since we were in our childhood that are still important to do, like breathing. We have to do what we have to do, Mr. Deputy Speaker, and the basis of that is responding to the criminal element, to head them off, to identify who has committed the crimes and who are about to commit those crimes. The Trinidad and Tobago Police Service is operating on that basis, gathering and using information to pursue those who have taken those decisions and those who lay in wait to threaten those who live in any part of this country where such criminal opportunities can present itself to those who choose to do that. The Police Service of Trinidad and Tobago is at work and will always appeal to the public. If you know something, if you hear something, if you see something, protect yourself and the rest of us by assisting the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service with pertinent information.
Supplemental, Oropouche West.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. Honourable Prime Minister, are you satisfied that sufficient resources have been allocated to the relevant agencies to ensure that the number of home invasions currently increasing are sufficiently addressed so that we see a reversal of this process?
Prime Minister. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I'm not sure. I have to listen to the police with respect to the numbers. If my memory serves me right, I saw the Commissioner of Police saying recently that in terms of complaints, the actual number has not increased. I can't second guess that. That is the position of the Police Commissioner. What I do know, Mr. Deputy Speaker, is that we're never going to have all the resources that we need. What we want to ensure is that the affordable resources are being put to best use to get the results that we expect. And that is what the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service is after. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Deputy Speaker, there are some other things that we can do, and we are pressing to do those, not the least of which is improved community watch arrangements in communities that will help, and of course greater patrolling of our police service. And that goes all the way to protecting our rolling stock, protecting our cars, our bikes, and of course people doing the job they're being paid for. Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker.
Supplemental, request.
Honourable Prime Minister, are you satisfied that sufficient resources have been allocated to treat with the scourge of home invasions?
Prime Minister.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, we are never going to have all the resources that we think we need. We make allocations to the police service to cover a plethora of concerns, not just home invasion. And insofar as resources are being made available, I am not going to tell you yes or no, because if I tell you yes, you will come and say, well, if I tell you no, you will say, I'll provide more. I'm saying we are doing the best we can with the affordable allocation. And if more is required for a specific need, then those requirements will be met within the context of the adjustment of budgets. But in the meantime, we want to make sure that the allocations, as have been made, are put to best use. And I think that's what the police is doing.
Oropouche West.
Thank you, Deputy Chair, to the Prime Minister, the Honourable Prime Minister. Deputy Speaker, given the significant resources being expended behind Trinidad and Tobago's national security infrastructure by the government, Will the Prime Minister explain why there is little or no improvement in arresting the levels of gang activity and/or gang violence across the country?
Prime Minister.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, cause and effect. The gangs in Trinidad and Tobago are growing largely on the basis of the opportunities that are provided to some people who believe that crime pays. And what we have been seeing is an upsurge in criminal activity. And if I sat here this afternoon or stand here this afternoon and give you a list of all the successes that the police would have had, you would be surprised, because the impression is given that nothing is being done. But the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service has been having some significant success, not sufficient to overcome the growth in criminal choices. But, Mr. Deputy Speaker, one thing that has to be taken into account as we look at a question like this is the revolving door arrangement that the police is facing. A number of those people who engage in this crime for profit arrangement under gangs organized by persons who profit in the criminal empire are persons who come before us, have no fear of arrest. A few days later, they're out on bail and they continue their nefarious conduct. That is the issue that should attract the attention of members of Parliament. Because as long as you keep rotating the same number who attract more people to it, it is attractive to those who choose crime as a way of life in our society. The revolving door arrangement has to be stopped. The morale of police officers have to be supported and sustained, because the police are complaining to me as National Security Minister that they put their lives on the line. As Chairman of National Security, Chairman of the National Security Council, policemen put their lives on the line. Policemen, I guess, would be complaining to all members of Parliament. They put their lives on the line on a daily and nightly basis to confront the criminal element. They bring them to the fore, identify them for what they have done, and as soon as they've done that, the police are saying that those persons seem to have more protection than the police themselves, who put their life on the line, because the same people are out there committing the crime again and again and again and again. And that is what I'd like my colleagues in here to focus on, so we could use our authority in this Parliament to make it difficult for criminals to operate on that basis. And as long as we are not prepared to do that in this House.
Member, a question was asked. The Prime Minister has the floor. You have not been recognized accordingly.
I'm simply talking to my colleagues. This is the place where we have to focus on the purpose for which we've come here. And as long as we are not prepared to cooperate across this aisle to do what has to be done to make the criminal empire unattractive to the criminal intent, the criminals will get the upper hand of the police service every day. That is the biggest resource we can add now. We add money, we add equipment. Talk to the police service and they will tell you how they feel about the revolving door arrangement. And that has to change if you want to change what you are aiming at.
Member for Couva South. Member for Couva South.
Thank you very much. Prime Minister, given that Heritage Petroleum Company Limited recently declared an after-tax profit of over $1 billion and that environmental disasters involving oil spills and leaks have been associated with the said company, which have impacted on communities, will the Prime Minister inform this House how much money has been set aside by this state enterprise to be invested in the repair and maintenance of Heritage's network of pipelines?
Prime Minister.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, what a wonderful day. I am pleased to note that my colleague from Couva South has finally acknowledged that the restructuring of Petrotrade has resulted in going from losses of billions of dollars to Heritage being in a position to declare after-tax profits of approximately $1 billion after paying royalties of almost $2 billion. Mr. Deputy Speaker, if this epiphany that my friend from Cuba South is going through continues, I expect that he will finally acknowledge that the restructured Petrotrin that gave us Heritage is also servicing the $850 million US debt that the Minister of Finance could not service and with a bankrupt in this country. I'm glad that he acknowledges at least one component of our success, and Heritage is dealing with aged infrastructure, which they inherited from Shell, Texaco, Tesoro, Trintoc, Petrotrin, and now Heritage. Mr. Deputy Speaker, the company has a program of assessing the quality of that infrastructure, which is aged and some of it even dangerous, and recently has spent as much as $9 million in the inspection program. With respect to spending money on change out of certain aspects of the pipeline infrastructure, Heritage is currently spending approximately $15 million a year, which is small for an oil company, but given where the company has come from, where it is going, we expect that that amount, it will increase as we go forward, as more and more money is spent on strengthening the infrastructure, as the company expects to be using more of it across a wider area in Trinidad. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Supplemental, Cuba South.
Prime Minister, given your evasive leadership in the last 8 years,
Member, question.
and that pipeline integrity is a serious issue which has implications for health, safety, and the environment, especially in residential areas.
Member,
could you
question.
inform this House if Heritage has engaged the Occupational Safety and Health Authority or some specialized company to engage in a safety assessment and risk audit of all of its pipeline?
Prime Minister.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, I have just said that Heritage Company has spent over $9 million in an inspection program. If you want further details of that inspection program, then you will file the appropriate question to the appropriate minister with notice.
Member for Naparima.
Will the Prime Minister state what measurable performance criteria were used to inform his decision to offer a one-year contract to extend Mrs. Erla Hereford Christopher's position as Commissioner of Police?
Prime Minister.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, I know that my colleague from Naparima and his friends have something against a substantive appointment of a police commissioner. This government does not subscribe to the fact that a temporary acting position is the best leadership for the police service because they will do the work better. That was the UNC position. In February, we were in this very house, and that's only a few weeks ago. It's now March, April, May. 3 months, 12 weeks ago, just about 12 weeks ago, this very house used the criteria sent to us by selection from the Service Commission to appoint Mrs. Christopher as the substantive Commissioner of Police. I do not believe that my colleague from Naparima is saying that in the last 12 weeks that we should have had new criteria on an officer who has just gone into office 12 weeks ago. And if you wanted an assessment, I will tell you, we are using the same assessment we used 12 weeks ago because from the standpoint, it's not changed. As a matter of fact, it was members of the opposition who pointed out that the requirement will change very quickly because she was close to retirement age and asked the government what was going to happen. And I told this House that because of the provision in place for contract appointment of continuation, we expect that there will be a continuation with cabinet approval because she was close to her retirement age. It was the opposition that raised that. So to come here 12 weeks later and ask what is the criteria, you're abusing the opportunity to ask a question.
Thank you, members. Thank you, members.
Will the Prime Minister explain
Proceed.
why the Minister of National Security has on 4 occasions refused to answer written question number 79 concerning the ineffectiveness of our Coast Guard, even in spite of a letter written on April 24th, 2023 by the Honourable Speaker under Standing Order 2913.
Prime Minister.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, as I subscribe to the content of the great poem Desiderata, I am to avoid loud and aggressive questions because they are vexatious to the spirit. I will tell you, Mr. Deputy Speaker,
Again, I recognize the Prime Minister at this time. Everyone else will have their opportunity after. Proceed.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, I'm advised by my colleague on my left that question 79 will be answered today. And I simply want to say to my colleague from Naparima, the fact that you wrote a letter or ask a question does not mean that we have to answer you and expose public national security secrets.
Supplemental, member for Naparima.
Question number 9. Will the Prime Minister state the tangible crime-fighting benefits which have accrued to our country arising from the Regional Crime Symposium held in mid-April 2023? Tangible.
Prime Minister.
Measurable.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, there are very few things I share with my colleague from Naparima. So what he might regard as tangible might not be the same with me. I have said, Mr. Deputy Speaker, that one of the benefits which should be observed by anyone who is paying attention is accelerated regional cooperation, which could only benefit our citizens, especially our major prime concerns, which are illicit movement of guns, ammunition, drugs, and human beings for trafficking purposes. Because all of these crimes, which reflect heavily in the Trinidad and Tobago statistics, have a serious international complexion. And from that standpoint alone, the cooperation between regional police units at the highest level, sharing information and equipment and personnel and expertise can only benefit the people of Trinidad and Tobago. And secondly, Mr. Deputy Speaker, Trinidad and Tobago has been in the forefront of treating this issue of the outcome of violent crime throughout our society in a sustained basis as a public health issue. Our colleagues have described this symposium as a waste of time, a talk shop, and that it's impossible and ridiculous to regard crime as a public health issue. We don't agree. Anything, Mr. Deputy Speaker, which sees every weekend a certain number of people, 7, 8, 10 people being dead, and during the week, another 8 or 10 or 15, as is happening across the region. If any disease was having that level of deaths in our country, it would have been seen as a public health emergency. And interestingly enough, my colleagues would be surprised to know that exactly what has happened in Trinidad and Tobago in the last few months, including the declaration of violent crime as a public health emergency, is now being done in a number of states in the United States. And I'm sure that would interest you.
It's clear the Prime Minister doesn't know the meaning of tangible.
Question
9.
Question, please.
Question 10. Given the death of Kizel Lendo at the hands of CID officers, and that the people of Carenage have reportedly claimed that it was an unjustified killing, will the Prime Minister state why After significant expenditures, all frontline officers are not yet equipped with body cameras.
Prime
We find
Minister.
that a shame.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, I will not take the word of Member Naparima that all frontline officers are not equipped. I do not know the standing orders in the police service and who is a frontline officer in any circumstance. That is a matter for the Commissioner of Police. What I do know is that resources have been made available for more and more officers to have. And at last sitting, the Commissioner of Police addressed this matter publicly, and I think the figure of approximately 2,000 cameras were obtained, 1,100 cameras were obtained and have been placed for use by the said frontline officers, and another substantial purchase is being made for this express purpose. So there's no need to misrepresent the facts, and if more is required, more resources will be made available, because the objective is to have as many situations where police is involved be recorded in such a way that it can be utilized in confirming how the confrontation or lack thereof took place involving the police and citizens. So this is not a matter to detain us, it's a matter that is underway.
Caroni Central.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. Will the Prime Minister state the terms and conditions of a new Chief Executive Officer of Heritage Petroleum Company Limited?
Prime Minister.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, the total compensation package offered to the Chief Executive Officer of Heritage Petroleum is as follows. The cash compensation, base salary, $180,000 per month, a relocation allowance of 7%, which is 12,600 TT per month, and a completion bonus of 180,000 TT payable at the end of the 6-month probation. Non-cash benefits, value of housing up to approximately $5,000 per month, a company vehicle maintained by Heritage with a driver during the probationary period, and subsequent to that, a vehicle purchased at a value of up to $700,000. Utilities to be supported by the company, a return airfare to his home country at the end for employee and spouse, international medical insurance for employee, spouse, and 2 dependents, international life insurance for the employee only, and 20 working days per annum of vacation. There's an annual bonus arrangement that is to be discussed with the company.
Honorable Prime Minister, your speaking time has elapsed. We must conform to the order of the House with regards to the timing. So that's the end of the Prime Minister's questions.
Urgent questions.
Member for Princestown.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Mr. Deputy Speaker, question to the Minister in the Office of the Prime Minister. In light of the recent revelations that 2 teenage girls are pregnant within state homes under the purview of the Children's Authority, will the Minister update the House on what urgent steps have been taken to determine the circumstances under which these pregnancies occurred?
Minister in the Office of the Prime Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I wish to advise the member for Princestown to report any information he has on the matter to the police. The member seems to have very intimate information and knowledge of what would have happened, and I want to encourage the member to please report it to the police. Mr. Deputy Speaker, having said that, I wish to state for the benefit of this House and the national population that anybody who has information regarding persons under the age of 18 engaging in sexual activity, that person must report it to the police. Mr. Deputy Speaker, the Children's Authority of Trinidad and Tobago handles all reports regarding pregnancies of girls under the age of 18 who are resident in state care with discretion and utmost caution. However, what is done primarily is an investigation, not only by the Children's Authority, but also by the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service. Once an allegation or a report that a child is pregnant or a child is being abused in state care, the first response of the authorities is to cause a psychosocial assessment to be done to ensure that the child's needs are met, to ensure that any child who may be aware or any child residing in the facility who may be impacted is catered to effectively and efficiently. Mr. Deputy Speaker, notwithstanding all of that, there is a criminal investigation that is caused to be in effect when the report is made not only by the Children's Authority but by the home as well. So those are the steps that we take. The report comes in, it is reported to the police, it is reported to the Children's Authority. The Children's Authority goes in, provides the relevant psychosocial support to the child as well as other children residing in the home to ensure that their safety is of utmost priority. Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker.
Supplemental, Princess Tom. Member for Princess Tom.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Mr. Deputy Speaker, in light of the information that the Honourable Minister has provided in her response, could the Minister indicate on what date did the Children's Authority make the report to the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service? Because on May 16th, 2023, the TTPS contacted me asking for the information, saying that there was no report that had been made to the TTPS. I'm asking what date, sir?
Right, your question.
I'm asking on what day did the Children's Authority contact the TTPS?
Mr. Deputy Speaker, the information coming to me as Minister, from the time a report is made to the Children's Authority reports this to the police. It is up to the police then to conduct their investigation.
Member for Naparima.
To the Minister of National Security, in the light of the recent $234 million drug bust, will the Minister state what urgent measures are being contemplated to ensure that our ports of entry are secured and to arrest the masterminds behind this incident?
Minister of National Security.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Mr. Deputy Speaker, bearing in mind that this matter is still under investigation, aspects of it, active investigation, and bearing in mind that persons charged in this bust are now before the courts, I want to take this opportunity, and I hope my friend will join me, to congratulate the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service and international partners. And our international partners with whom collaboration is a daily occurrence, for this success in protecting the people of Naparima, the people of Trinidad and Tobago, from the filth and the horror that would have brought to us had it not been for their success. I want to congratulate the police. Having said that, and in light of the elements that I have identified, these are issues of national security, and the criminals are listening to these questions and the answers that are given. And this is why I agree with the Prime Minister that we have to take stock of what we are doing in here and work collaboratively to protect the people of Trinidad and Tobago rather than to expose them, Mr. Deputy Speaker. In light of that, I would say that we have a radar system. It is now 360-degree, fully functional, watching what is happening around. But there's no Coast Guard fleet in the world that has the capacity to patrol all of the ports of entry, legal or illegal. None. Trinidad and Tobago being no different. But we do have a complement of vessels. We should have had more. We had 3 OPVs which were cancelled by his government, and they are now in the Brazilian fleet. To redress that problem, when we came back to government in 2015, we ordered in 2018 2 Cape-class vessels, which were delivered in 2021 to protect the borders of which that member just spoke. And we'd have been a lot further ahead had they not intervened in the way that they did. We have to pay particular attention to our legal ports of entry, where we are. Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, member. Supplemental, Naprima.
Could the minister state why, after 8 years, no big boy, no mastermind involved in drugs is before the courts at this moment? Is it because they are financiers of Balize House?
Listen, member.
Mr. Speaker.
Hello. Members, as previously identified on one of the sitting by the Speaker, continuous desk thumping can be considered with regards to the decorum of this particular House. So again, I will make mention of it today, and we'll continue as we go along. Again, member for Naparima, according to the standing orders, you know you have 15 seconds in order to ask your question. I'd like you to retract the last statement you made, and you are free to ask your question if you so desire.
I retract the question,
right.
Mr.
Thank
Deputy
you.
Speaker.
Fine.
Statement.
Do you have another?
Yes, I do.
Proceed.
Why it is, as of today, our ports are not supplied with scanners so that guns, ammunition, and drugs can enter our country undetected by your incompetent government.
Minister of National Security.
It is not correct to say that our ports are not in use of, or scanners are not being used at our ports. That is not correct. We have fixed scanners, we have mobile scanners, and like all other equipment, they need upgrade and they need maintenance from time to time. But it is not correct to say so. And that is the kind of thing that the member for Naparima and his friends do, cast horrible aspersions on political parties, on people, and most of all of Trinidad and Tobago. And I reject him, and I reject that, Mr. Deputy Speaker.
Supplemental. Goover South. Last one.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, I stand seeking
clarification. Member, please. Proceed, clerk.
Questions on notice? Questions for oral answer?
Leader of the House.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Mr. Deputy Speaker, we'll be answering all the oral questions that have been asked. With regard to the written responses, I'm asking for a 2-week deferral for question 147.
Ropuch West. 148.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker.
148, member.
Question number 156 to the Honourable Minister of Finance.
My apologies. Again, Ropuch West, question 159. 156, sorry. Number 156, yes. Member for Ropuch West. Proceed.
Thank you again, Mr. Deputy Speaker. To the Honourable Minister of Finance, question number 156. For your response, sir, will the Minister state the overall sum of funds owed?
No. Right. Okay.
Thank you.
Minister of Finance.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Speaker. The value-added tax system has the potential to generate significant government revenue. However, despite its intrinsic self-enforcement capacity, many tax administrations find it challenging to refund excess input credits, also known as VAT refunds. Most VAT laws around the world include provisions for this feature. That is to say that taxpayers can claim legitimate excess input VAT credits and receive refunds within prescribed deadlines. However, the world over, the reality is often different from the VAT law's intention. Country experience, especially in developing countries, shows that access to VAT refunds is often limited. The requirements that taxpayers must meet to claim VAT refunds and the associated tax administration procedures are quite complex. When taxpayers do claim such refunds, it is the experience in many countries that they do experience delays. This is not unique to Trinidad and Tobago. These delays are not the result of the VAT's design, but stem from inadequate legal and institutional frameworks and weak administrative capacity to identify VAT refund fraud. I think we saw something in the newspapers about that today, and to implement practical and workable preventative measures. In our case, in 2019, the International Monetary Fund's Fiscal Affairs Department undertook, at the request of government, an exercise to measure the non-compliance VAT gap. That is, the difference between, on the one hand, the potential VAT that could be collected had all taxpayers complied with their obligations, and the actual VAT accrued. This difference represents lost revenue for the state. As part of that exercise, the FAD applied the Revenue Administration Gap Analysis Program Value-Added Tax Gap Estimation Methodology for Trinidad and Tobago for the period 2012 to 2017. That application revealed that the estimated non-compliance VAT, as opposed to the policy gap, was approximately 2% of GDP, that is to say, $4 billion at current levels. This is one of the reasons why the government is pushing ahead with the Trinidad and Tobago Revenue Authority to introduce new methods and specialist resources to close this huge $4 billion VAT gap and remove, as far as possible, avenues for fraud and underreporting. It should also be noted that the question of outstanding VAT refunds is not new. The records indicate that the amount of VAT refunds stood at $3 billion in May 2010, and notwithstanding record levels of income and expenditure in the 2010 to 2015 period, the amount of VAT outstanding refunds increased under the former administration to $4.6 billion by September 2015. The present government thus inherited close to $5 billion in outstanding VAT refunds when it took office in 2015. Specifically, the value of VAT refunds amounted to $7.8 billion at the end of March. This is a figure that changes every day. The timeline to clear the backlog of VAT refunds is dependent on the availability of cash flow and administrative reforms consequent on the full implementation of the Revenue Authority. We expect the Revenue Authority to significantly reduce the amount of VAT refunds claimed. But I'm pleased to announce, Mr. Deputy Speaker, Cabinet recently agreed to the issuance of VAT bonds in the aggregate sum of $3 billion to assist with the settlement of outstanding VAT refunds to be issued in tranches. These bonds will be issued in June and August 2023, between June and August 2023, July as well. In the past, these bonds will be suitably priced to allow full redemption at par in the commercial banks.
Remember, just about 40 seconds.
100 cents on the dollar. The bonds will earn interest at the rate of 3.15% over 3 years, and applications can be made online at the Inland Revenue Division's website.
Thank you, Honourable Minister, for that very long treatise on what's wrong with the system. However, I'm glad you asked me to ask a question, because I want to repeat the question which you did not answer, Minister. Will the Minister state the overall sum of funds owed to all the VAT-registered businesses in Trinidad and Tobago to date? That's a simple question. It's a number.
Thank you.
Not all the story.
Member. Minister of Finance.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, one of the tragedies of the new crop of opposition MPs is that they don't listen. I said the value of VAT refunds at the end of March was $7.8 billion, and it changes every day. I answered the question. You just don't listen, Honourable Member.
Which West? Next question.
Question number 157 to the Minister of Finance.
Minister of Finance.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Speaker. The carnival activities for which Caribbean Airlines provided financial support and the dollar value of each are as follows. The National Carnival Commission received the sum of $250,000 for our Trinidad and Tobago Carnival in 2023. And the Machel 41 show received the sum of $1,275,000.
Supplemental, Urupuch, West.
Thank you. Can the Honourable Minister indicate if there's a policy position that an airline, a company that is not generating a profit, which is in fact generating a net loss, can the Minister indicate whether there's a policy decision that allows this entity to engage in donations, especially when it is not making a profit?
Minister of Finance.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, we did not give $5 million for a song, but the Machel Montano One Show partnership provided the highest brand visibility platform for amplification of the Caribbean Airlines Welcome Home brand story for 2023. In line with the refreshed branding and the strategic 5-year expansion plans, it is imperative that Caribbean Airlines differentiates itself as the leading airline of the Caribbean. This partnership provided extensive channels for Caribbean Airlines to target the diaspora via digital media such as Spotify, Apple Music, Pandora, Shazam, Amazon, and Deezer. These streaming platforms, which featured the Machel One show, reached countries as wide as India, Russia, South Africa, France, Japan, the United Kingdom, and the French Caribbean. The Machel Montano video attained the highest performance on Instagram, YouTube, and Facebook to date. The advertising strategy focused on driving brand awareness. The ticket sales on the Caribbean Airlines website as a result of the Machel Montano Welcome Home video were in the amount of US $1,151,000, 7 times the amount of sponsorship given by Caribbean Airlines.
Member for Faizabad.
Supplemental.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Question number 160 to the Minister of Public Utilities.
Minister of Public Utilities.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Mr. Deputy Speaker, the Water and Sewage Authority, WASA, has advised that a contract was awarded to a specialized firm to undertake the works to remove the damaged WASA main and age supporting steel structure from the Godineau River on May 18, 2023, and a contractor mobilization commenced on May 19, 2023. WASA advised further, Mr. Deputy Speaker, that the procurement process took a little longer than expected because of the need to first procure the services of an external specialized consultant, an expert diving firm to undertake inspection and surveillance of the fallen tract under the sea to assist in developing the scope of works for the invitation to tender, as well as assisting in evaluating the tender. The project, Mr. Deputy Speaker, is expected to be completed by the end of June 2023.
Supplemental, Faizabad.
Thank you, Minister, for that update. Minister, in regards to the WASA release that indicated the start of the works, there was also mention of a booster pump and a rubber gasket to repair the new line. Can you indicate whether that work was done?
Member, I wouldn't allow that question at this time.
Statements by ministers.
Honorable Prime Minister. Leader of the House.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I seek your leave in accordance with Standing Order 122.1 to move a motion for the suspension of Standing Order 24.3 which provides a time limit for statements by ministers.
Honorable members, leave is granted.
Wait now, wait. Oh, God, all they don't know the standing orders.
Please, member.
Wait.
Leader of the House.
They don't know the standing orders.
Leader of the House, proceed.
Can I go ahead, Mr. Deputy Speaker?
Proceed.
Thank you. Now, look and learn. Mr. Deputy Speaker.
Member, 1 second. Again. Right, so Leader of the House.
As I said, look and learn. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I beg to move that Standing Order 24-3 be suspended to permit the Prime Minister to complete his statement.
Honorable members, the question is that this House suspend Standing Order 24-3 in order to permit the Prime Minister to complete his statement. All in favor say aye. Aye. Any against? No. All right, a division has been called. Proceed.
Is a standing order.
Mrs. Robinson Regis.
Aye.
Dr. Rowley.
Aye.
Mr. Imbit.
Yes. That is what
Mr. Young.
Aye.
Mr. Hines.
Aye.
Ms. Alwari.
Aye.
Ms. Beckles.
Aye.
Mrs. Webster Roy.
Aye.
Ms. Cujo. Dr. Gadsby Dolly.
Aye.
Mr. Gonzalez.
Aye.
Mr. McClatchy.
Yes.
Mr. Cummings.
Aye.
Mr. Demnabrega.
Aye.
Mr. Leons.
Yes.
Mr. Manning.
Aye.
Mrs. Morris Julian.
Aye.
Mrs. Scotland.
Aye.
Mr. Lee.
No.
Mrs. Prasad Bisasa.
No.
Mr. Charles.
No.
Ms. Amin.
No.
Mr. Endar Singh.
No.
Mr. Padura.
No.
Mr. Hussain.
No.
Mr. Rambali.
No.
Dr. Bodo.
No.
Mr. Ram.
No.
Dr. Ragbir.
No.
Mr. Tanku.
No.
Ms. Haynes.
No.
Mr. Ratiram.
No.
Dr. Sicharam.
No.
Ms. Kudrow.
Yes.
Mr. Cummings.
Voted already? But
Oh,
yes.
who voted already? Mr. Deputy Speaker, the result of the division is as follows. 18 members voted for, 15 members voted against, and there was no abstentions.
Honorable members, on a division, 4, 18, against 15, no abstention. The vote is carried. Honorable Prime Minister.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, I presume that I have the floor.
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I have been authorized by the Cabinet of Trinidad and Tobago to make the following statement. Mr. Deputy Speaker, local government reform has been an elusive dream of this nation for decades. Not only has it been recommended, promised, studied, consulted, and attempted, but it remains a deed to be done. This government, this PNM government, had undertaken to get it done. In October 2020, amendments were introduced by the government to bring about a comprehensive reform of the Municipal Corporation Act 1990. This was introduced by the Miscellaneous Provisions Local Government Reform Bill 2020, which was introduced into Parliament and was sent before a joint select committee. Mr. Deputy Speaker, the 2020 Local Government Reform Bill, introduced to the Parliament in 2020, was a comprehensive process of law reform of local government management and elections undertaken by this government. In a genuine desire to bring about local government reform, to better serve the burgesses and improve the quality of their lives through increased responsibility, autonomy, and better fiscal operations, that bill was eventually debated and passed by both houses of Parliament, noticeably, Mr. Deputy Speaker, without opposition support. It was assented to on the 1st of July 2022 and became Act Number 11 of 2022, the Miscellaneous Provisions Local Government Reform Act 2022. Notwithstanding the difficulties, lack of support from some of our colleagues, and myriad obstacles in the way, this government believes that a reformed and modernized system of local government, as presented after years of complaints and resultant widespread consultation, was in the best interests of the nation as a whole. It was within this mission that the government pressed on cautiously but resolutely to bring about, by the passage of the new law and its sectional step-by-step proclamation, as the necessary preparations were made to operationalize the new arrangements in an orderly and effective manner. Some of these reform measures are quite novel and far-reaching, and the government's intention was that the best way to have eased these into being was to have extended the application of the terms of the new law as intended to the incumbents in such a way that it afforded some element of a smooth transition. Mr. Deputy Speaker, this necessitated a short extension of the life of the incumbents, and it was the government's interpretation and option that this exigency was taken care of in the provisions of the new law. By legal notice number 206 of 2022, dated the 7th of November 2022, a number of sections of this act were proclaimed and came into force on the 8th November 2022. This triggered an interpretation battle opportunity. In democratic systems, Mr. Deputy Speaker, challenges to governmental actions, intentions, and even legislation are not new nor daunting. Indeed, they are symptomatic of a vibrant and free democracy. On the 15th of November 2022, an ordinary activist citizen filed an application for leave to apply for judicial review. The dispute concerned the interpretation of the amended provisions of sections 11 subsection 4 and section 12 subsection 5 of the Municipal Corporations Act, Chapter 2504. On the 21st of November 2022, the applicant filed an application for interim relief in which he sought, among other orders, an injunction pursuant to Section 18, subsection 1, subsection A of the Judicial Review Act, Chapter 708, restraining all persons presently holding office as councillors and aldermen who were elected by virtue of the local government elections held on the 2nd of December 2019, or in any subsequent by-elections, from acting in the said offices beyond the 3rd of December 2022, pending the determination of the main judicial review claim. Mr. Deputy Speaker, a key issue which arose in these proceedings excuse me, concerned the meaning concerned the meaning of the amended provisions of Section 11, subsection 4, and Section 12, subsection 5 of the Municipal Corporation Act. The High Court employed its approach to the interpretation of legislation governed by established legal principles which require a court to discern the intention of Parliament as expressed in the language under consideration. The High Court expressed the view that it must begin its task by carefully considering the language of the particular provisions and must interpret the language so far as possible in a way that gives effect to its purpose. Mr. Deputy Speaker, in accordance with the principles of law applicable to interim applications, the High Court judge firstly formed the view that the dispute over the interpretation of the relevant sections did give rise to a serious issue to be determined on the main application for judicial review. Secondly, and accordingly, on the application for interim injunction and consistent with applicable principles of law, she proceeded next to evaluate the balance of hardship or convenience, which would be caused by the grant or refusal of the interim injunction, pending the determination of the main application for judicial review claim. In evaluating the balance of hardship or convenience, the High Court judge came to the conclusion on the interim application that having regard to the range of services that corporations provide to the community, the potential impact of disruption, the scope of the measures that may be taken in absence of a functioning council, and the fact that the alleged unlawful consequences asserted by the applicant turn upon the construing and meaning and intent of the legislation, the validity of which was not in dispute. The court refused to grant the injunction, ruling that the refusal of an injunction was likely to cause the least amount of irremediable harm and prejudice. Accordingly, Mr. Deputy Speaker, on the 30th of November 2022, the High Court refused the interim injunction relief with cost being reserved. Accordingly, the challenge brought by the applicant did not succeed on the interim application, and the corporations continued to function lawfully, consistent with the provisions of the Municipal Corporations Act, and supported by the decision of the High Court. Mr. Deputy Speaker, on the 1st of December 2022, the applicant appealed to the Court of Appeal from the refusal of the High Court to grant the injunction and filed an application for an expedited and urgent appeal on the same day, 1st of December 2022. On the appeal, the Court of Appeal agreed that having regard to the importance of the case and seriousness of the consequences, it would determine the core issue in the substantive claim, namely Sections 11 and 12 of the Municipal Corporation Act, as amended by the 2022 Act, applied to the incumbent councillors and aldermen. On the 10th of February 2023, in a unanimous judgment, the Court of Appeal dismissed the applicant's appeal, but granted permission to appeal to the Privy Council. Accordingly, Mr. Deputy Speaker, the challenge brought by the applicant did not succeed, and by the decision of the Court of Appeal, the corporations continued to function lawfully consistent with the provisions of the Municipal Corporations Act and supported by a unanimous decision of the Court of Appeal. On the 13th of February 2023, the applicant appealed to the Privy Council. On the 18th of May 2023, the Privy Council delivered its judgment. Mr. Deputy Speaker, all 5 judges of the Privy Council decided that a change in the length of the terms of office of the incumbent councillors and aldermen did not amount to a contravention or breach of any provision of the Constitution. This decision, studiously arrived at, did not prevent some of my colleagues in this House and some elements in the media from continuing to accuse the government of Trinidad and Tobago of breaching the constitutional rights of citizens. To this accusation, Mr. Deputy Speaker, the government pleads not guilty. Mr. Deputy Speaker, all the way to the Privy Council, the government and the legal luminaries view this entire matter as one of interpretation of an intent. It is important, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I seek your protection from the member for Naparima, please.
Again, members, I recognize only the Prime Minister at this time. Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. All the way to the Privy Council, the government and the legal luminaries view this entire matter as one of interpretation of an intent. It is important to note that up to Wednesday, 17th of May 2022, the government's interpretation prevailed. Sorry, 2023. Sorry, Mr. Deputy Speaker. 17th of May 2023. The government's interpretation prevailed, supported by reasoned decisions of our local courts, which are the High Courts and the Court of Appeal. This is the proof that our legal and protection systems worked, and at no time did the government act with impunity or wanton disregard for our laws or with any malicious intent towards citizens and their rights. The grant of the appeal, Mr. Deputy Speaker.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, I would like to invoke Standing Order 53-1E, please.
All right, so again, honorable members, this will be the last time, right? This will be the last time any member will be given the opportunity to create any disruption. Honorable Prime Minister, proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. As I was saying, all the way to the Privy Council, the government and the legal luminaries view this entire matter as one of interpretation of an intent. It is important to note that up to Wednesday, 17 May 2023, the government's interpretation prevailed, supported by the reasoned decisions of our local courts, the High Court and the Court of Appeal. This is the proof that our legal and protection systems worked, and at no time did the government act with impunity or wanton disregard for our laws or with any malicious intent towards citizens and their rights. The grant of the appeal to the Privy Council is further proof of the systems being allowed to work as we proceed with all good intention of effecting local government reform. Mr. Deputy Speaker, given the nature of the interpretation problem being grappled with, it was not surprising that there was a split decision at the Privy Council, where Lords Richards, Reid and Hodge, in paragraph 20 of the judgment, had this to say, and I hold it out to members on the other side in particular. On any footing, and I'm quoting here from the judgment, on any footing, the absence of any detailed provisions concerning local government elections leads to the inevitable conclusion that a change in the length of the terms of office of incumbent councillors and aldermen cannot amount to a contravention of the Constitution. The term for which representatives have been elected is important, but an increase by 1 year in the term of incumbent councillors and aldermen does not of itself breach any of the provisions of the Constitution. Unquote. Additionally, in the final declaration, 2 judges voted in favor of preserving the status quo of the successful defenses of the relevant interpretation, and 3 voted to disagree and thus change the status quo to a new interpretation. Mr. Deputy Speaker, we see a change, not a crisis, and there's definitely no need for the mayhem, sackcloth and ashes that some desire. Throughout, therefore, the challenge brought by the applicant and the appellant did not succeed until 18th of May 2023, with the corporations continuing to function lawfully, consistent with the provisions of the Municipal Corporation Act, and supported until then by the unanimous decision of the Court of Appeal of Trinidad and Tobago. The outcome of the final court reverses this comfort, and the government must now act to rectify any shortcomings that now exist that was not there before. I refer here specifically to the actions and workings of the local government for the affected period, December 2022 to the date of the adverse ruling and beyond. Mr. Deputy Speaker, the simple question to be determined at every stage in this legal contest was whether a matter of construction, applying relevant principles of construction, the amendments to Section 11 and 12 apply to incumbent councillors and aldermen at the time that the amendments came into force. The majority decided the amendments applied to councillors and aldermen after the amendments came into force and not to the incumbent councillors and aldermen. The minority decided that the amendments did apply to the incumbent councillors and aldermen. So even down to the bitter end, there's a divergence of views on this prickly interpretation of meaning of the contested section. However, I want to make it abundantly clear that the government has no choice but to accept the ruling of the Privy Council and be guided by its findings and their effect on operations and intentions. It is important to note, Mr. Deputy Speaker, that throughout the challenge brought by the applicant and the appellant, it did not succeed until the 18th of May 2023, with the corporations continuing to function lawfully, consistent with the provision of the Municipal Corporation Act, and supported then by the unanimous decision of the Court of Appeal of Trinidad and Tobago. As of the date, 18th May 2023, a new situation developed requiring the government to respond. The Attorney General has already engaged and described the calming principles of settled law in the context of de facto officer doctrine. By the application of the common law, de facto officer doctrine, the actions and decisions of the corporations will be recognized by law as valid. Consistent with that advice, Mr. Deputy Speaker, the Deputy Chief Parliamentary Council is in the process of drafting the necessary legislation to validate all acts of the corporations from December 2022 up to the 18th of May 2023. Clearly, Mr. Deputy Speaker, notwithstanding the outpourings of glee on the part of those who challenge behind the coats of men of straw, there is no crisis, as some so triumphantly wish for. All that is required is for the government to act within a reasonable time frame to maintain an orderly response and effect the necessary processes, including the calling of elections, gleaned within the ruling set out by the Privy Council. Following the decision of the Privy Council on the 18th of May, the time for calling an election is now past due. The government is duty-bound to call an election in accordance with the statutory procedure prescribed in the Act and the Representation of the People Act. Pursuant to the provisions of the Representation of the People Act, the President, acting in accordance with the advice of the Cabinet, and that is found in Section 81 of the Constitution, is now to be mandated to issue a writ setting the local government elections in motion. Under existing law, a period of not less than 35 days must lapse between the issue of the writ and the taking of the poll. Immediately and within 3 months of the 18th of May, the government will move to issue the writ so that a poll can be taken within the usual 90-day window. With the arrival of the new decision, the option always exists to extend the office of incumbents up to the 18th of May so as to validate the actions prior to May 18th and to call an election to be held within 3 months of the 18th of May 2023. Of the many options available, this is the one most suitable and the one chosen by the government at this time. Consistent with this advice and decision, the Deputy Chief Parliamentary Council is on standby for the drafting of the necessary legislation to validate all acts of the corporation from December 2022 up to the 18th of May 2023 and for the further 3-month period from 18th of May. This piece of legislation is expected to be ready to be laid in Parliament and debated and taken through all its stages in this Honourable House on Monday, the 29th of May 2023. Once this is accomplished, the date for local government within the 90-day window will be announced. And with that, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I thank you for your cooperation.
I recognize the member for Siparia.
Thank you. Well, we have one question under 24. Thank you.
Yes, you do.
Thank you, sir. Honourable Prime Minister, through you, kindly indicate, if you can, clarify what is the status of the existing incumbents apart from the chairman and mayors.
Prime Minister.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, I thought I was crystal clear, and I am not the legal advisor of the opposition leader. I have said everything I need to say on this matter. I have said everything I need to say on this matter. I've covered the period up to the decision of May 18th, and I've indicated the action of the government going forward from May 18th to 90 days, and I have no further advice to give the opposition leader, except to ask her to stop writing all over the world and nasting up Trinidad and Tobago's name.
Again, members, please, members. No, member. I'm not entertaining. I am not. Members. Member, please. Proceed, procedural clerk, proceed.
Personal explanations.
Attorney General.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Mr. Deputy Speaker, with your leave, I wish to address the following. During the Standing Finance Committee's discussions in this House on Friday, 5th May 2023, Opposition member, Honorable Saddam Hussein, Member of Parliament, stated, and it's taken from Hansard, that he had asked me to provide a breakdown of all of the attorneys who would be collecting fees particular to the head that was being engaged at the relevant time. Mr. Deputy Speaker, in response to the opposition member's questions, I responded at the time with reference to documents which had been provided to me and were in my possession in the Parliament during the Standing Finance Committee's discussions. In so doing, I inadvertently and incorrectly stated that the breakdown of fees for the period June 19, 2021 to March 3, 2023 had been provided to the Parliament. In so doing, I mistakenly relied on a document containing a breakdown of legal fees paid by the Office of the Attorney General and Ministry of Legal Affairs.
Same decorum of the House entails, only the Attorney General is recognized at this time.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I repeat, in response to the opposition member's remarks, I responded at the time with reference to documents which had been provided to me and were in my possession in the Parliament during the Standing Finance Committee's discussions.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, Standing Order 53-1E, please.
Hoover, South. Could you depart the chamber and return when the Attorney General has completed his explanation? Leave in silence, please. Listen, I have ruled. I have ruled. Members, I have ruled. Member, I have ruled. You will return when the AG has completed his discourse. Member for Naparima, I have ruled. Member,
Deputy
member,
Speaker,
I have ruled. Proceed. Member, listen. I have ruled. Member for Couva South, please depart the chamber and return when the AG has finished. In silence. Member for Naparima, in silence. Listen, members, I have ruled. Please have your seat. Please have your seat. Member for Couva South, you're keeping back the discourse.
Showing respect to you, Deputy Speaker, you are violent, and I was just complying with the standing order. I know my rights under the standing orders, you know.
And again, members, as I have stated earlier, I have recognized the Attorney General, and please let him do his discourse in silence. Proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Before the interruption, I was referring to the fact that I had been responding
to the members' questions of me with reference to documents which had been provided to me and were in my possession in the Parliament during the Standing Finance Committee's discussions. In so doing, I inadvertently and incorrectly stated that the breakdown of fees for the period June 19, 2021 to March 3, 2023 had been provided to the Parliament. In so doing, I mistakenly relied on a document containing a breakdown of legal fees paid by the Office of the Attorney General and Ministry of Legal Affairs, which breakdown had been provided by the Administrative Officer of the Attorney General and Legal Affairs by letter dated 5th April 2023 in response to a Freedom of Information request submitted to the Office of the Attorney General. This breakdown of fees had been provided by the Office of the Attorney General and Legal Affairs, consistent with its recognition of the government's duty of transparency under the Freedom of Information Act. This breakdown of fees document was not laid in Parliament nor provided to the members of Parliament during the third session of the 12th Parliament. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I take full responsibility for that inadvertent error. I wish to assure the members of this House and the Parliament that this error was neither deliberate nor intended to mislead this Honourable House. I sincerely apologize to this Honourable House and to the member for this inadvertent error on my part, occurring during the Standing Finance Committee meeting in this House on Friday, 5th May 2023. With your leave, I take this opportunity to correct the record of this Honourable House. Mea culpa.
Introduction of bills. The Valuation of Land Amendment Bill 2023 in the name of the Minister of Finance.
Minister of Finance.
Deputy Speaker, wait. I seek clarification. When my colleague on the other side had told me the order of the debate today would have been the continuation of the Borough Bill and then the land and valuation.
Did say that. Okay. So what's up?
Leader of the House, you care to clarify?
Mr. Deputy Speaker, my friend is correct. It's just that I didn't inform the clerk that that's how we would do it.
Again, please, Leader of the House, please ensure that on other occasions the information is provided.
I certainly will. It's the first time I've made such a mistake, and it will never happen again.
Public business, government business, bills second reading.
Honourable members, the debate on the second reading of the following bill, which was in progress when the House adjourned on Friday, April 21st, 2023, will be resumed. A bill entitled An Act to Amend the Municipal Corporations Act, Chapter 2504, to establish the Borough of Degomartin and the Borough of Siparia, and to make consequential amendments to the Representation of the People Act, Chapter 201, the Interpretation Act, Chapter 301, the Elections and Boundaries Commission, Local Government and Tobago House of Assembly Act, Chapter 2550, the Motor Vehicles and Road Traffic Regulations, Chapter 4850, the Central Tenders Board Act, Chapter 7191, and other written laws. I will now call on the member for Couva North, who has 28 minutes continuing of your initial speaking time. Please join the debate.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, I thank you most kindly for the opportunity to continue this debate on the miscellaneous provision establishment of the Borough of Degomartin and the Borough of Superior Bill 2021. What may seem to be at first a very simple piece of draft legislation, but the consequences of which are going to change our local government structure quite possibly for all time. This is because while the bill contained only 6 clauses that represent a name change and the insertion of that change into 5 other pieces of written law, in reality, it is perhaps one of the most impactful changes to our local government system in several years. The last occasion being under a superior government led by the member for Superior, then Prime Minister, the Honorable Kamla Persad-Bissessar. And Mr. Deputy Speaker, I make reference to a newspaper article dated April 2011 by The Guardian, all local government reps to get offices with staff. Local government minister Chandra Sharma says all of its 134 elected officers in both the city and borough corporation throughout Trinidad and Tobago will have an office complete with staff and amenities in each of their respective electoral district. This article highlights, and quoting from the statement made by the former Minister of Local Government, Honorable Chandra Sharma, Cabinet has given the approval that all 134 local government practitioners will have an office funded by the state, equipped by the state, in which staff will be paid and money will be made available for stationery and other amenities. And that, Mr. Deputy Speaker, was one of the most meaningful change that this country has seen in local government for the longest while, because we were governed by a visionary and a compassionate leader, then Prime Minister Honorable Kamla Persad-Bissessar. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I would like to spend the first part of my presentation in careful analysis of what was presented to this August House by the mover of the motion, the Honorable Minister of Rural Development and Local Government. Mr. Deputy Speaker, it was very disappointing to witness the grand performance of the Honorable Minister of Rural Development and Local Government, parading his exceptional levels of inexperience and unmatched incompetence before this House. Mr. Deputy Speaker, it is of utmost importance that we bring to mind, both for your esteemed self and the multitude of citizens attentively observing, the sheer folly that the former Attorney General, the member for San Fernando West, so brazenly boasted about at the introduction of his presentation. And I'm quoting from the Hansard dated the 10th of February 2023 when this debate started. And I quote, "Minutes ago in the Court of Appeal, we just won the law. The challenge that was brought by the UNC against the government to try and strike out amendments that we had put in. So we have won. We have won that, Madam Speaker. And the Court of Appeal has agreed with the government that it was proper to put into effect the 4-year term for councillors and aldermen as opposed to 3-year term. Thank the Lord God for the independence of our judiciary," end quote. Mr. Deputy Speaker, the premature celebration displayed by the member for San Fernando West reminds me of the PNM camp on the night of the Barataria by-election, when there was fanfare only to be followed by silence and tears when they recognized that they had lost the Barataria by-election to Sharon Dharamaraj and the UNC. Mr. Deputy Speaker, the old people will say, "Horry dog does eat raw meat," which means a state of anticipation that could make you act stupidly and prematurely. In responding to what has been said by the member for San Fernando West, I want to correct the Honorable Minister and set the record straight. Mr. Deputy Speaker, today we say, thank the Lord God for the member for Siparia and the Honorable Kamla Persad-Bissessar, the former Attorney General Anand Ram Logan, and the legal team who represented Ravi Balgobin.
No, again, members, there's a procedure with regards to standing order has to be identified, and then we proceed. Again, so member, I will give you a little leeway, but tie quickly into your point with regards to the borough for Siparia and the borough for Diego Martin.
Thank you most kindly, Mr. Deputy Speaker, for your guidance as I respond to those who have made contribution prior in this debate, as how debates go in this House. And as I repeat,
we move accordingly. And again, yes, we may be in the third day of the debate. Remember, we have tedious repetition, so we need to ensure that we stay within the parameters of how we would determine. All right, so again, I will guide you accordingly. Proceed.
thank you most kindly,
Proceed.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, for your guidance. And as I continue, I say today, we say thank the Lord God for the member for Siparia, the Honorable Kamla Prasad Bisessa, the former Attorney General, Mr. Anand Ramlogal, and the legal team who represented Ravi Balgobin Maharaj in the matter all the way to the Privy Council. They have won. Democracy has triumphed over dictatorship, and the people of this country have defeated the PNM. Mr. Deputy Speaker, the Privy Council has ruled that the government's action were undemocratic and unlawful, and that the election should have been held by March 2023, Mr. Deputy Speaker. So, unlike our hurried, inaccurate colleague,
this is about the borough of Siparia and the borough of Diego Martin. What it has to do with Ravi Balgobin and a Privy Council and these types of things.
Again, member, tight it quickly and let's move on.
Otherwise, if I rise again, is a woman in a room.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker, once more for your guidance as I respond to what has been put forward in the debate by the mover of this motion, the Honourable Member of Rural Development and Local Government. As I wrap up this first point, and I say thank the Lord God for the Privy Council. Mr. Deputy Speaker, the Minister asserted that the bill is about, and I quote what was said by the mover of this motion, bringing to life the desire of the people of the Regional Corporation of Siparia and the Regional Corporation of Diego Martin, end quote. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I implore you to ponder the origin of this profound desire, because clearly, Mr. Deputy Speaker, this minister is a stranger to the desire of the people of the Regional Corporation of Siparia and of the Regional Corporation of Diego Martin. I have been in touch, Mr. Deputy Speaker, with the people of both Siparia and Diego Martin, and I can tell you about their desire. Mr. Deputy Speaker, their desire is for better roads, not the pothole-ridden roads they have to traverse every day and visit their mechanic every weekend because of this pothole national movement administration, Mr. Deputy Speaker. The desire of the people of Siparia and Diego Martin is for the maintenance of their watercourses, not their drains being overgrown with bushes, resulting in flooding whenever a drizzle is experienced. Whenever rain falls, the San Francisco main road gets flooded out and becomes a drain, just like High Street, Siparia. Vehicles cannot traverse these roads whenever the rain falls, and they are speaking about borough status. Mr. Deputy Speaker, the people of Siparia and Diego Martin desire is for jobs, not for the shutting down of companies which sustained them for years, like the closure of Petrotrin, which was a major employer that also outsourced work to hundreds of contractors who hired thousands of citizens from the district of the Siparia region. Mr. Deputy Speaker, when we turn to the region of Diego Martin, just yesterday it was reported in the Guardian newspaper, Caridoc workers served layoff notice. The article stated, and I quote, more than 100 Caribbean Dockyard and Engineering Services Limited workers staged a protest at the entrance of the Chagaramas port yesterday.
carry dock workers have to do with borough status? That you know very well that is not
Members,
so.
okay, thank you.
Come on.
Okay, again, member, I'll give you a little leeway. Proceed.
Thank you most kindly, Mr. Deputy Speaker. And I refer to the desire of the people of Diego Martin, Mr. Deputy Speaker, as was raised by the member for San Fernando West. And the people for Diego Martin, just like the people for all of Trinidad and Tobago, are desirable for jobs. Because under this PNM, people are losing their jobs every single day. And the question is, who is next on the chopping block? As we move on,
And again, member, every member that had probably all other 8 members who would have entered the debate would have talked about employment and jobs. So again, move to another point.
Thank you most kindly, Mr. Deputy Speaker, for your guidance. And as I move on, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I say that the desire of the people of Diego Martin and Siparia is for economic activities, not for the ghost town that this PNM administration has turned these regions into. Many businesses had to close their doors due to the mismanagement of the economy by this incompetent administration. Imagine, Mr. Deputy Speaker, 2 banks had to close down in Siparia because of the incompetence of this PNM administration. Mr. Deputy Speaker, the people of Siparia and Diego Martin, their desire is for safer communities, where people are not afraid to leave their homes and where streets are not blood-stained. Yet now, people are even hesitant to be in their homes due to the pervasive occurrence of rampant home invasion being experienced across the length and breadth of Trinidad and Tobago. Mr. Deputy Speaker, the desire for the people of Siparia is to have a fully operational fire station and not an empty shell with no fire tender available. Mr. Deputy Speaker, the failure of this government to properly resource the Siparia fire station, resulting in the death of a mother and a daughter, and condolences goes out to that family. Mr. Deputy Speaker, because of this government will never be forgiven by the people of the region of Siparia. And what I can say, Mr. Deputy Speaker, the ultimate desire of the people of Diego Martin, Siparia, and all of this country is for them to exercise their democratic right and vote for their local government representative. And I say, let the election begin. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I again implore you to ponder the origin of this profound desire of the people of Diego Martin and Siparia, because the Honorable Minister spoke about this, and because it is evidently clear that it did not arise from consultation as emphasized by my esteemed counterpart, the Member of Parliament for St. Augustine. For the lamentable truth remains that no consultation were undertaken. If the Minister wants to refute this in his winding up, I welcome him to present the specifics of those consultations to this Honourable House and to the people of Siparia and Diego Martin. As of now, there is no tangible evidence raised by the Minister. So through you, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I ask the Honourable Minister to provide an account for the comprehensive development studies conducted in relation to the matter at hand. It is imperative to understand the extent to which meticulous analysis and research were employed to inform the decision-making process. Secondly, I ask the Honourable Minister to divulge the specific guidelines and criteria that were utilized to arrive at the aforementioned decision. Such information will undoubtedly contribute to a more profound understanding of the rationale behind this bill. Mr. Deputy Speaker, the Minister said that while there appear to be no distinction between a city, a borough, and a regional corporation in the Parent Act, there are other dynamics relevant to making the Siparia Regional Corporation and the Diego Martin Regional Corporation boroughs in law. the Honorable Minister stated that the convention and practice, there are certain indicators in moving from a town to a borough to a city. The Minister said that this was considered by 2 subcommittees. However, Mr. Deputy Speaker, from research conducted, these subcommittees that the Minister referred to for the Diego Martin Regional Corporation, it was headed by the member for Diego Martin Northeast and comprised the member for Port of Spain North St. Anne's West, Minister Alison West, Senator Renuka Sagram Singh Suklal, and the Diego Martin Regional Corporation Chairman, Alderman Sigla Jack. And for the Siparia Regional Corporation, the subcommittees, it was chaired by the former Senator Clarence Ramarat and comprised the member for Labre, the member for San Fernando East, Minister Paula Gopi-Skoon, Minister Kazim Hussein, and Alderman Christopher Enchinas of the Siparia Regional Corporation. Mr. Deputy Speaker, not even a councillor elected by the burgesses of Diego Martin or Siparia was put into these subcommittees. When we look at the chair and the members of this subcommittee, it becomes evident that their establishment appears to have been driven by a clear political bias. Why did the government not see it fit to engage this matter with a select committee of Parliament, which comprises of government, opposition, and independent members, engaging with stakeholders where a report would be produced which would have been made public? Mr. Deputy Speaker, speaking about these subcommittees, the Minister said, and I quote, they went through a checklist, and the checklist involved looking at economic indices, looking at geographic development, looking at density, etc. And suffice it to say that the report that came back to the Cabinet was that it was prudent to proceed with the desire of the people of Siparia and the desire of the people of Diego Martin. Mr. Deputy Speaker, regrettably, that is unacceptable and fails to deliver what our citizenry deserve, especially in light of the devastating climate of distrust of the people to the government due to their poor track record of good governance, transparency, and accountability. So if you permit me for a moment, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I want to make reference to a piece of research that was also carried out with respect to the items identified by the Honourable Member for San Fernando West. Mr. Deputy Speaker, when we look at density and the density of the population, and we compare all 14 municipalities in Trinidad, Tunapuna-Piarco Regional Corporation has the highest electorate size with 178,841, population size 214,119 electorate. When we look at Diego Martin, they are only at 102,997 population size. And I ask, why the rush for Diego Martin and for Siparia and neglect Tunapuna? Mr. Deputy Speaker, this is something that you would have welcomed and championed. And I look forward to the day when the Tunapuna Regional Corporation will be given proper representation so that consideration can be given to this corporation. Mr. Deputy Speaker, when we look at the land area in square kilometers, Mr. Deputy Speaker, the Sandy Grande Regional Corporation is the largest, 927 square kilometers in land space. When we look at Diego Martin, it falls number 10 on the list of municipalities in Trinidad with only 126 square kilometers. And Siparia is number 6, 495 square kilometers. So is it true that these indices or these factors were really taken into consideration, Mr. Deputy Speaker? Or is there a hidden political bias motive behind this? Because clearly the factors highlighted here by the mover of this motion did not take into consideration these issues. Mr. Deputy Speaker, the minister spoke to the provision of the bill returning TNT to the Cabildo model and devolution of power in terms of autonomy for local government. Mr. Deputy Speaker, it follows on the previous point that given the history of the government's lackadaisical and inefficient manner of making releases available to the regional corporation and the borough corporation, especially those that are UNC and opposition control, the minister point on greater autonomy for local government is weak, it is empty, and it is very misleading, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Mr. Deputy Speaker, the minister spoke to changes in traffic regulation by the passage of this bill. And to quote the Honorable Minister, he said, pull-up and parking are going to be different. The ability to reverse on main roads will be different. The ability to reverse around corners will be different. Mr. Deputy Speaker, has this government factored the increased costs to our taxpayers with respect to the publication of respective notices, dissemination of information to burgesses, signage, retraining of municipal police, Trinidad and Tobago Police Service officers, and traffic wardens? And if so, what is that cost going to be, Mr. Deputy Speaker? Is the government going to supplement the corporation vote for training or the development program for the construction and installation of the necessary signages and infrastructure? The government must come clean and tell the already burdened taxpayers and let them know how much a simple amendment to the Motor Vehicle and Road Traffic Regulation, Chapter 4850, as per Clause 6 of this, is going to cost the pocket of the taxpayers. Mr. Deputy Speaker, the minister said, and I quote again, the law does not change boundaries. It does not cause gerrymandering. The minister introduced in the moving of this motion the concept of gerrymandering, and he's saying to us here, this law does not change boundaries. It does not cause gerrymandering. It does not cause any consequence. Why? Because it is only the Elections and Boundaries Commission under the Constitution via their legislation that can do that after data is presented and a report is laid and debated where recommendations of the EBC are had. In other words, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I have to ask the Honorable Minister through you, are you saying, Minister, not yet? Let's pass this and then we will start our gerrymandering? Because again, Mr. Deputy Speaker, we on this side do not trust this government. The citizens of Trinidad and Tobago do not trust this government. So when this government does in fact bring to gerrymander, or in fact they begin to gerrymander, as they attempt to do in the Couva North constituency and the Couva South constituency with the new Couva West Roystonia seat, their motives become evident. But I want to send a loud and clear message that Couva North, Couva South, Roystonia, Couva West, we are ready for that local government election, and we will also secure victory for the United National Congress on election day. Mr. Deputy Speaker, the minister went on to state that in creating borough status, the government is allowing for the borrowing of experiences and, very importantly, for the obtaining of additional funds and revenue by underwriting loans and providing arrangements. The minister himself asked, where is that to be found? The answer is nowhere, Mr. Deputy Speaker, because the government's plans and promises about this local government reform package that the minister claimed to be operationalizing is absent and is intangible. None of our existing regional or borough corporations have benefited from these PNM plans, most of which these plans never materialize, which is what the PNM stand for. Mr. Deputy Speaker, the minister also said that moving to borough status allowed the continuation of process because the evidence will show that corporations do not spend all of their money. They return money to the central government. You know, when I heard this, Mr. Deputy Speaker, it hurt my heart deeply. Regrettably, Mr. Deputy Speaker, the minister through this gave an inaccurate, misleading, and incomplete picture of what happens in reality. And maybe this is because the minister is quite out of touch with the reality of what our local government bodies face. Related to the woeful insufficient allocation allotted to corporation is the horrible timing in which releases are made. So again, what happens in reality is that the council makes application for funding for various projects, but the delay between the request and the actual receiving the funds is abhorrent. And sometimes it comes so close to the end of the financial year that these projects are not able to be operationalized in time, and as a result, the monies have to be returned as unspent balances. This is stifling and suffering the corporations and converting Siparia and Diego Martin into borough status. It is not going to change the mismanagement and the inefficiencies that this PNM administration is governing local government bodies. Mr. Deputy Speaker, the sad thing is that the minister knows this and chooses to give a very misleading and lopsided account of what takes place. So all that talk about a better spend, and I quote, a better spend because there is a better process, is very unfortunate, Mr. Deputy Speaker. It is unfortunately a PNM pie-in-the-sky mamagism that they are trying to push on the citizenry of Trinidad and Tobago. Mr. Deputy Speaker, the point the minister made regarding the updating of the vestige as it relates to orphan roads, etc., which the minister himself acknowledged when he said that, and I quote, "It is far too long that people complain that their area not being serviced by local government, and the answer to that is unfortunately because they do not have jurisdiction over it." Mr. Deputy Speaker, it is 8 years now this PNM administration is in government, and this minister wants to behave like he now come into office. The honorable member for San Fernando West.
Again, honorable member, your initial speaking time has now elapsed. You have an additional 15. Do you care to avail yourself?
Thank you most kindly.
Proceed.
I want to also remind the honorable minister that apart from these, going forward, the issue of agricultural access roads being put under the remit of the respective local government corporations is something that the ministry must take into account. This is a most important matter to our farmers, which I will return to later in my presentation, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I want to take a moment to respond to contributions made by the member for Arima, the Honorable Minister of Planning and Development, who clearly demonstrated in her presentation that this PNM government does not have a plan. The member started by saying that this proposed legislation advances the development of Trinidad and Tobago by bringing democracy, representation, and accountability closer to the people. Mr. Deputy Speaker, through you, I ask the honorable member, how exactly will this be done? This PNM government has been notorious for bringing weak and flawed legislation into this parliament, were it not for the opposition to identify these weaknesses and defend the rights of the citizens of Trinidad and Tobago. I am afraid to think what John Public would have said about this parliament. It is going on 8 years now through all the legislation brought by this government to the parliament and put into law. The people of TNT can tell you, Mr. Deputy Speaker, that they are still awaiting on accountability from this government, because they have spent more than $400 billion and they have not improved the quality of lives of any of the citizens, be it Siparia, be it Diego Martin, or be it any other part of this country. Mr. Deputy Speaker, members opposite profess to be part of a government that says that it is serious about local government reform, but yet we are here to advance legislation that would create history, irreversibly so, by converting 2 municipalities from regional corporation to borough corporation, and in the absence of promised local government reform? Is that a government that has a plan? Is that a government that knows what it is doing? Mr. Deputy Speaker, given the misleading manifesto produced by this PNM government prior to the last general election in 2020, the PNM used the COVID-19 pandemic as an excuse to produce a document entitled Roadmap for Trinidad and Tobago Post-COVID-19 Pandemic, commonly referred to as the Roadmap to Recovery. Mr. Deputy Speaker, given that the government planned to convert 2 municipalities into borough corporation, and given their need to force-feed local government reform legislation down the throats of the population, one would have thought that somewhere in this roadmap document, we would have heard mention of such a significant change taking place in local government. However, in going through that entire document, I can tell you that I searched high and low, and I was amazed to learn that there was no mention whatsoever to any local government proposal which spoke to the expansionary movement of Diego Martin and Siparia to borough status. Even more amazing was that there was no mention whatsoever of local government reform, but that is another matter for another day. So, Mr. Deputy Speaker, to be wholly relevant to the debate on the policy behind this bill, the question is, where is the vision on the part of this government with respect to this bill? There seems to be none. Whether it is with respect to consulting with specific civil society groups or general public, or with respect to giving local government bodies the due consideration of being included in the government's long-term plan. There's none, Mr. Deputy Speaker. And speaking of plans, vision, and forward thinking, can the minister allude as to whether the government intends to allocate additional funding to these borough corporation of Diego Martin and Siparia once formed? And if so, when? Is this House going to see such added financial support via another supplementary appropriation bill? Or would we be privy once again to PNM financial incompetence and short-sightedness? Because, Mr. Deputy Speaker, the fiscal allocation for local government bodies is not based just on recurring expenditure, but on the plans that the corporation executive would have set out and agreed upon. Has the Minister of Rural Government and Local Government engaged at all in any meetings with the councillors and aldermen in both Diego Martin and Siparia to obtain feedback as to what plans they may have that require additional funding? Mr. Deputy Speaker, I suspect that another area this PNM government has failed to consider is that of best practice in treatment of perennial issues, especially those affecting agriculture and food security. At the Diego Martin Regional Corporation, one of the major issues faced over the past couple of years is that of flooding due to the rainy season. As a matter of fact, we are almost into the rainy season, and parts of the country are already being flooded out. Is there a plan for flood mitigation, and has this been presented to the minister? Or will this plan be stalled during the process of converting the Diego Martin Regional Corporation to a borough corporation? Where will the priority be? You see, Mr. Deputy Speaker, this bill is not and cannot be about a name change alone. There is a world of policy and planning that goes into the process, which this PNM government are total strangers to. When we look at international best practice, for instance, I want to draw reference to a document entitled Local Government Flood Mitigation Disaster Planning by the New Jersey-based GovPilot firm, a leading company in digital transformation for local government. The report states, and I quote, "Flooding can cause millions of dollars in damage to your community, and recovery can often take years. To make matters worse, floods are almost the least predictable type of natural disasters, meaning that even if you have designated flood zone, history doesn't assure that a previously unscathed area is safe from flooding in the future, especially as climate change continues to cause more severe storms and flooding. As a result, local governments need to take action to protect their physical and IT infrastructure, prepare constituents to react appropriately in the case of a severe flood, and have a response plan in place to move quickly to address damages, end quote. Mr. Deputy Speaker, in Trinidad and Tobago, what has the response of the Diego Martin Regional Corporation been to flooding? Like most other local government bodies, its scope has unfortunately been limited to that of disaster management through the respective DMUs. Is this going to be the same as Diego Martin Regional Corporation transition to a borough corporation? What about flood mitigation, flood preparedness, and flood recovery measures? So, Mr. Deputy Speaker, the point is, in the same way that government ought to see this bill as more than just a name change, they ought to recognize that many aspects of local government services and support require strengthening if we are to truly be seen as a progressive society serving the interests of Trinidad and Tobago. And if they don't know how to do it, they can set up a meeting with the UNC and we will teach them. Similarly, Mr. Deputy Speaker, within the boundaries of Siparia Regional Corporation, agriculture and farming are major activities. Not only do farmers within the Siparia region suffer from the same problem relating to flooding, they also are seriously affected by the criminal scourge through predial larceny. I want to underscore the point on the ease of access to public services and whether there will be an increased availability of these. One such service that matters to our farmers is the protection of their crops and themselves. Predial larceny unit is overwhelmed and could use every bit of support that it can get. I believe that the municipal police can play a pivotal role in this fight against the criminal element. So perhaps, Mr. Deputy Speaker, on a related note, it can and it may be time for some rethinking of the legislation governing the role and function of the municipal police, further to the provision of Act Number 11 of 2021, the Miscellaneous Provisions Special Reserve Police and Police Complaint Authority Act of 2021. Therefore, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I ask that the Minister of Rural Development and Local Government, in advancing these two municipalities to borough, is there any intention by the government to provide additional support to the borough police by way of resourcing and funding? Mr. Deputy Speaker, can you advise how much time I have remaining?
Oh, you finish at 3:53, so you just have about 4 minutes, 6 minutes.
So, thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Speaker. As I quickly move on, I want to bring to the Honourable Minister's attention what is happening in the Siparia Regional Corporation at this time. You see, Mr. Deputy Speaker, the corporation took upon themselves to provide a brush cutter allowance and a blower allowance so that the workers of the corporation can be a little more mechanized in executing their responsibility. And they provided a simple $15 and $10 for the use of the personal equipment being provided by the employees. However, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I have correspondence here between the CEO of the Siparia Regional Corporation, chairman of the corporation, and from the CPO office. And in summary, what this is all about is that the workers of the corporation at this point in time cannot receive that allowance for the use of their brush cutter or their blower. So what local government is doing at this point in time is sending the workers at the Siparia Regional Corporation back to using brush and cutlass and crookstick and using coquille broom or a Cotagova branch to sweep the side of the road. They have removed this allowance of using brush cutter and blower. And we are talking about transforming Siparia Regional Corporation from a regional corporation to borough status when we are seeing this PNM administration sending us 20 years backwards. That cannot be, Mr. Deputy Speaker. And I'm excited, just as I know the burgesses of Siparia and the burgesses of Diego Martin and the citizens of Trinidad and Tobago are very much excited for the local government election to demonstrate that the citizens are forward-thinking, just as how those in Tobago were forward-thinking to get rid of this PNM administration, so too all of Trinidad and Tobago will follow. So in wrapping up, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I end as I begin by saying that from where we stand, this name change legislation offers little benefit to the people of Trinidad and Tobago, in particular, the people of Siparia and Diego Martin. There is no guarantee that any of what the government has promised will translate into better governance or into bringing representation closer to the people. The only way in which this can happen, and I can tell you that this is what the people of Siparia and Diego Martin wants to see, much like the rest of this country, is for this uncaring and incompetent government to pack up their bags and leave, giving way for a more competent UNC government led by the best, the most compassionate, the most caring Prime Minister, the member for Siparia as our Prime Minister. With that being said, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I thank you very much for this opportunity.
I recognize the Prime Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I rise particularly in my capacity as Member of Parliament for Diego Martin West. I heard a lot of name calling of Diego Martin from an entrepreneur from Couva North. And I'm wondering whether he's intending to do business in Diego Martin. I am warning him that he's not welcome. But Mr. Deputy Speaker, my colleague from Couva North just amazed me with his written presentation. Had he been speaking, ad-libbing, I would have said his thoughts were coming to him, in spurts, and, he didn't have a chance to review them, but he was reading up a written text and paying obeisance to his leader, as he should, because that is what holds him there. But that really had nothing to do with the issue of the elevation of two regions in our country to borough status. In fact, if there was a word like illogicity, I would have used it. But it has to do with the abject absence of logic and the convenient hypocrisy of what he has said, as though he came here from somewhere else. He could not have been in Trinidad and Tobago. The member for Couva North, I know he's a busy businessman, operating mainly at night. I don't know how anybody who has been paying attention to the issue of local government reform in Trinidad and Tobago could come here with a straight face in broad daylight and say that there was no consultation on this matter. If ever an allegation could be made against the intention to reform local government in Trinidad and Tobago, it really has to be said that there has been too much consultation and not enough action. And whether you are NAR, PNM, UNC, whoever, you will know, you must know of the huge amount of consultation that took place under this heading of local government reform. If I speak about the recent past.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, I rise on standing order 44-8. The contribution made to clarify the consultation was about converting Siparia and Diego.
Okay, thank you. Okay, member. Thank you. Proceed.
I understand, after you come to the podium and talk all kinds of calendar wash. The first point I'm taking issue with, I am to be disturbed. I did not disturb you.
No. Listen, members, come on. Member for Couva North. I'm not too sure how much disturbance you would have received, but please, let's do it and accordingly. All right? Overruled. Proceed.
You know what is 44.8?
Mr. Deputy Speaker, I was saying that nobody who was serious and who was in Trinidad and Tobago could say that they had not observed some element of the widespread and in-depth consultation that took place. And I'm not even going to go back, way back to the NAR days when Carson Charles was the minister. And when let me talk about the days when Hazel Manning was the Minister of Local Government. And what the work that she has done, I don't have the time to go into it. But I'm sure the minister, the current minister, would have mentioned it. And the whole citizenry knew that. Then after that, there was a governmental change, a change of government. And we had another minister, Minister Frankie Khan, who had the portfolio. And he went all over the country, meeting all the local government bodies and practitioners, and they had discourse. And out of it came volumes of documents, which I'm sure the member for Couva North has not read any of it, because if he did and he came here this afternoon, he is guilty of a waste of public time. I can't understand him. You can't come here and tell me you don't know the volumes of documents that have been generated in detail about how the reformed local government could and should.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, I rise on Standing Order 48.1. This is not about the local government. This is about borough status for Siparia and Diego Martin. And the consultation that I made reference to was for borough status of
members. Okay, thank you. Members, again, on both sides, members will have the opportunity to enter the debate. And all members, and also as the Speaker, in terms of abuse of the standing order facility. All right? So again, right, I now recognize the Prime Minister, or as he said, the member for Diego Martin West. Let's proceed.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. My patience is being tried, but I'm keeping my focus. The consultation was very detailed, and it got all the way down to how you elevate the management structures in local government. It was not about what happens with drainage and about agricultural access roads specificity. It was about a management unit in any part of the country where the burgesses, denizens in those areas, determined to have a greater involvement in the management of their affairs. So I heard the most deceitful and irresponsible comparisons being made by the member for Couva North this evening. The main point he made, with some clarity, is that Tunapuna is big.
I rise on 48.4. When you say imputed improper, which is talking about deceitful, because we are not honorable members. We are honorable members. None of us are deceitful.
Okay, thank you. Okay, again, Honorable Prime Minister, could you find a different word?
Mr. Deputy Speaker, the member for Couva North came here and made a major presentation that Tunapuna should have been on the list for borough status as part of local government reform, because Tunapuna is large, it has 200,000 people, and so on and so on. I want to ask him a question through you, Mr. Speaker. When in October 1990, when in October 1990, Chaguanas was made a borough, has Tunapuna grown since then? Or was Tunapuna the same size physically and had almost the same population in relation to Chaguanas? And Chaguanas has made a borough. It was not on the physical, geographical size that the borough status was given to Chaguanas. And then if you go to the other extreme, Point 14 is one of the smallest boroughs in the country, and I think the people of Point 14 are very proud of their borough status, and they defend their borough, and it has nothing to do with their physical, geographical style. The member just wasted the time of Parliament trying to make a discourse that fell completely flat. Made no sense whatsoever. It's not the size, and he went as far as to say, Diego Martin small, and we are pushing Diego Martin for some kind of political thing. Let me tell you something. Diego Martin is one of the largest population centers in this country with the highest amount of residential entities, and the people of Diego Martin, through their representatives, voted and asked for borough status, and they will get it. The borough status, Mr. Deputy Speaker, is an elevation of a management structure on the totem pole of management. That is why the people of Arima, going back to colonial days, got their borough status. Is the Royal Borough of Arima. And if you know anybody who are Jariv, you will know what it means to live in the Royal Borough of Arima. And it's not based on the physical, geographical size or how many people in there. It is a community identification of its cultural and other aspects, and it brings with it a certain amount of ownership of management, and we are saying we can build on that with greater autonomy, including fiscal strength and greater responsibility. How come, if borough status is of no value in the scheme of things, how come you accepted it in Point 14 and in Chaguanas without let or hindrance? Why is it now a problem that if Diego Martin is now going to be given that opportunity for greater management, greater identification, for all the good reasons, why you have to come here today and come and tell us that the government is up to something nefarious with Diego Martin? I'll tell you something that was strange though. The UNC-led corporation in Siparia voted to assent to borough status. And the next thing I knew, efforts were made to get them to change their vote. I don't know that they have done so, but I do know for a fact that efforts have been made to get these Siparia people to resile from what they had said they would support. That will not surprise anybody because that is the UNC style. But I can tell you that the Diego Martin people voted as well for their status to be changed to borough status.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, I rise on Standing Order 48-6. Is this another repeat of Emailgate? Can the Prime Minister?
Member, thank you. Thank you, member. Listen, member for Couva North. All right? Listen, member for Couva North. Right? In terms of abuse of standing order, if I have to get up on my legs for any particular standing order that is not relevant, I'm speaking. Overruled, proceed.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, I will not be put off by the member for Couva North. I simply want to say that what the member has put on the Hansard this evening has no bearing on the assignment in front of us, and I simply ask my colleagues to disregard what he has said. Because you see, if I'm to go back to the question of consultation, even after the legislation was passed in the House, where everybody knows that the bill went to a joint select committee for parliamentary treatment, whether you agree or didn't agree. Whether you agree or didn't agree, right? Whether you agree or didn't agree, that bill came to this House and it passed through the relevant debates in this House, and you expressed yourself to it. And like everything else, we could not count on any support for any forward motion from our colleagues on the other side. I mean, I've been here for 8 years as Prime Minister. I can't think of maybe one or two things, I don't know. But I can't think of anything that we brought to the House. And you came here and said, well, the opposition also supports it. Can't remember. A list, I have a list. The other list. And I'm sure the list that you have will also have child marriage on it. That we had to bring, we had to bring you. You voted for it after we bring you.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, I rise on standing order 48-1. 48-1.
I rise on 48-1. Child marriage has nothing to do with the two institutions that we are looking at today to raise the bar.
Okay. Overruled.
Mr. Speaker, I will not be distracted, right? I will not be distracted. The member talks about being ambushed by the government, where the government has ulterior motives with this. I want to put on record, there is no ulterior motive. We have worked on this for years. We have worked on it for months and for weeks.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, I rise once more on standing order 44-8. At no time did I use ambush, but at what the Prime Minister is saying, at this time he's...
Member, I am not sure if the reference was you, but I am not going to entertain you again. All right? This is about the 6th time. I'm taking notes. All right? Please. Overruled. Proceed.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, I am appalled. I'm appalled that the member could come here this evening and speak about all the things that are not happening in local government, from the most menial to the major. And none of it has any solution other than call the election. And it makes me want to ask, is it that after the election day of the next election, all these problems that you can't cut the grass, you can't fix a pothole, you can't fix a drain, you have no authority to do certain things, you have no set revenue stream, you have nothing to make any change, and the day after election, regardless of how the results go, that everything will change? Is that what members are saying? Because all they seem to be interested in is election day. But we of the PNM, we are seeing election as a choice that the electorate has, and you only have one vote. But what we are also seeing is the opportunity for a new and modernized structure where the issues that plague you can be influenced positively by a new arrangement of a modern local government arrangement in Trinidad and Tobago for all the people in Trinidad. And we are saying to you, we need to learn from the progress that has been made in Tobago for the last 4 decades, where greater autonomy, including a revenue stream at source at local level, has given the practitioners the opportunity to manage their affairs in a closer way. And he asked the question, how is this going to be funded? How is that going to be funded? One of the ways of it being funded, right, is to agree to ensure that those who will benefit from the new arrangement will contribute to it by way of property tax. We know you don't support it. But the bottom line is, how else do you make the change? And we have also said that the central government's contribution, Mr. Deputy Speaker, if I'm not going to be speaking in silence, I might as well not try, because stick breaking the ears. But their behavior in this House is now making it difficult to participate in any debate, Mr. Speaker. But I will not be distracted from what I have to say. These are the
Mr. Deputy Speaker, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I rise on standing order 48-4, please.
Okay. Honourable member. Honourable member, listen. Honourable member, I am not going to rise again with regards to Couva North. Overrule, proceed.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, a new tool seems to have been discovered. And I'm saying to this House, this is not how the Parliament of Trinidad and Tobago is set out to serve the people. I am not speaking to them, I'm speaking to you, Mr. Speaker. And I simply seek your protection. And I trust that I have it. Local government reform, as envisaged by the government of Trinidad and Tobago, requires that the community assumes a greater responsibility for a number of the things that contribute to the quality of life in the district, whether it's an urban district or a rural district. One of the important things in there, Mr. Deputy Speaker, is who serves in local government, for how long and with what authority. And of course, how will local government fund itself from source, and also how will it use the additional revenues that central government will put to local government. Mr. Deputy Speaker, one of the things that has to happen for an improvement in the performance of local government is a modernized management structure. And in the current local government reform exercise, this has been discussed in detail. And some of the changes that have to be made cannot be made overnight. Some of it has to be transitionary. Some of it has to be involve technical skills and professional skills which are not now available in local government, but which will have to come. And I'm not even speaking about digital technology. I'm talking about things like accountants, engineers, planners, and so on. These are the kinds of skills that are going to be required to bring that management structure in local government. And people who support it and fund it will be required to hold their elected representatives more responsible, because there's more things to be done and you can measure. He made reference to Tobago. One of the bright lights in Tobago was that people in Tobago were able to hold their local government, the assemblymen, accountable, and if they were dissatisfied, they voted in the context of that dissatisfaction against performance. So local government has the potential to improve if you set out on a pathway to make substantial and relevant and meaningful changes. Unfortunately, what I'm hearing from my colleagues on the other side is leave it so. But of course, while they're saying leave it so, they have a plethora of complaints about how local government in 2022, 2023, 2021 is not delivering. If it is not delivering, then clearly one can identify shortcomings and try to address those shortcomings. And what this government is guilty of is that we have identified those shortcomings, we have advanced solutions to them which should bring beneficial results, and we can't convince our colleagues on the other side to support it. Maybe they have some secret arrangements that will come the day after the election. But the bottom line is, I have seen nothing advanced to say that this is what the UNC will do in local government. And of course, a lot of the complaints that passes under the local government umbrella for some of the practitioners are really central government responsibilities, or they are local government responsibilities that are not being carried out, but politically they hold central government responsible. I cannot understand, Mr. Deputy Speaker, how a semi-urban area like Pinalde Bay could come and tell the country, we can't collect garbage because we don't have diesel to put in our vehicle. Sandy Grande Corporation, young people can't play on the designated sports ground because the grass has not been cut, because Sandy Grande Corporation doesn't have the capacity to cut grass on the playing field. Now, if that is the level of local government delivery, then surely something is radically wrong. That doesn't happen in Tobago. You know why? because the Tobago House of Assembly can afford to cut grass any day of the week because they have a revenue stream. Right? Right? And as you go into the borough status, what the borough status is supposed to bring is better management. And I am not going to divorce borough status from local government reform. It's an integral part of local government reform. That's why the people of Diego Martin asked for it and voted for it in the corporation. There was debate in the corporation. I am not even sure if my colleagues on their side pay any attention to the debate that took place in Superior Corporation. But I paid attention to the debate in the Diego Martin Corporation. You see, you all feel you own the votes of people in Superior. I don't own the vote in Diego Martin. I rely on the people to stand in and participate, and they've come up with something participatory, and this government will support it. We are supporting it, and we are asking you to support it. It's local government reform. When I, as Prime Minister, invited the heads of all local government bodies in Trinidad to come for a consultation and discussion on the operationalization of local government when it had been moved from a bill to an act, my colleague from Superior told all her followers, do not attend. And then today you have the gall to come here and talk about no consultation? So you deliberately stay away from discussions on local government reform, operationalizing a law that has been passed. So you don't want to know what is involved. You don't want to know how the law will apply. You want to remain in ignorance, but you come to the parliament and waste my time to listen to that cacophony you made this evening. Huh? Madam, I didn't go because I was incapacitated. But it took place. It took place.
Mr. Chair, please, Mr. Prime Minister.
The ban on the persons participating took place before I was incapacitated. But the bottom line is this. The bottom line is this. The reason that was given that they shouldn't attend is that if you go, the Prime Minister will boof you. Not that they had something to query or to add, because civilized people should be able to communicate. You have a different point of view for sure, but I think on a one-on-one, my colleague from Pointe-à-Pierre would want to see. Yes, you are my colleague, surprisingly. Then, you know, this is where the population talks about the government and the opposition should come together. There was no greater coming together than that consultation that was going to take place after the bill was passed, even though the opposition didn't support it in the parliament, but the majority in the parliament voted for it. That's our system. It's going to become law. Why would you want to stay away from understanding how it is going to work? And I keep maintaining that some of the statements made by opposition members and the behavior of members can only come from people who come in unprepared. They don't read anything. They don't listen to anybody but themselves, and they are completely at sea about what's happening in Trinidad and Tobago. And they believe that all they have to do is to denigrate individuals. And if you do that sufficiently, you will then win the next election. Mr. Deputy Speaker, they said confession is good for the soul. I always knew he had verbal diarrhea. I didn't know what the actual complaint was. Thanks for telling me. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I know that I should not spend much time here this evening trying to convince MPs in Trinidad and Tobago that local government reform, borough status, management of local issues at the ground level in communities is something beneficial to the people of Trinidad and Tobago. I know that. And therefore, it is difficult to understand the basis for the objections, except to try to say that the government has done nothing good. But this government has seen problems in this country, whatever they are, and has systematically set out to commit itself to rectifying those problems. Today, Mr. Deputy Speaker, we heard my colleague from Cuba South speak to the profitability of heritage. That was a problem, just like local government. But we fixed it. And because we have fixed it, the people of Trinidad and Tobago are now better off than when we started. Very frequently, there are other examples we can point to, but I don't want to be accused of going off the debate. But that's for another time. That's for another time. But the bottom line is, if we stay with local government, the question we have to ask is, how far are we prepared to go to change the status quo? If the status quo is not to be changed, then all the election will do is create a longer period of complaint and misrepresentation, hoping to stay where you are. If, on the other hand, the situation is that we can make changes for the better, then I invite my colleagues on board to accept what the corporations have said they want to do, Siparia and Diego Martin. Have borough status. See it in the context of improved management of the districts, and encourage people to take ownership of their districts and to participate more fully in governmental activities in Trinidad and Tobago, whether it is in borough, in the city, or in a rural corporation. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I wish to say no more on this matter, except to commit myself to ensuring that we do whatever can be done under the laws of Trinidad and Tobago to improve the local government delivery in this country, because it will contribute to an improvement in the quality of life of all our citizens. Mr. Speaker, I thank you.
Member for Siparia.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Speaker. As I join in the debate in this honourable House, and I'm happy that the Honourable Prime Minister took time to come off the golf course and to come into the Parliament. Very happy. Because you see, the Prime Minister doesn't seem to know which bill is being debated in the House today. He says some people don't read and they don't know anything happening at large in the country, when the Honourable Member for Diego Martin yesterday demonstrated he doesn't even know which bill is being debated in the House. And on top of all that, he just doesn't care. That is what the more fundamental issue, listening to that diatribe for the past how long it was. The Honourable Member, Mr. Deputy Speaker, talked about this side never supporting any bills. We have the list, you know. He talked about property tax. I want to remind him. I would like to, not from Nicholas, I got it from the Honourable MP Saddam Hussein, who will become senior
Members, I recognize the member for Siparia, and again, let's listen in silence.
Number 57.
No, I've ruled, please, let's address the chair.
Doesn't person, I thank you. I am guided. Thank you. Thank you. And so, the Prime Minister told us property tax, and we are against property tax. We are against it for a reason. Because now is not the time in Tiati, with the suffering that is happening, to impose these property taxes. It's not the time. And just like the Prime Minister forgot this big consultation he's talking about, and we did not attend, the Prime Minister himself did not attend his own consultation. Let me remind him, talking about property tax, December 20, 2009, Newsday, Rowley hits property tax. What? Diego Martin, West MP, Dr. Rowley believes that people from all walks of life are angry at the government's property tax. What? That is exactly what is happening today from all walks of life. Government's property tax, they blame it on this condomania. Rowley was speaking in the Law House. He said, and I quote, "In my constituency, there is anger, there's anxiety, there's resentment at both ends of the spectrum." He advised the government. He said they have brought the tax at the worst possible time. alluding to tough economic times. He repeatedly said that people were not against the idea of paying taxes, but were upset that this measure could have been averted if government had acted differently. What is different now? People are suffering even more than then. Coming out of the pandemic, loss of jobs, loss of opportunities for jobs, Mr. Deputy Speaker. And so the member for Diego Martin West spent this time really misleading this House. And I'll just do in seriatim a few of the issues raised by the member. The member repeatedly talked about local government reform. Deputy Speaker, I am sure that you're well aware that's another bill completely, totally another bill. That is not the bill before this House today.
Irrelevant.
It is irrelevant to this debate. Today, the bill is Bill number 8 of 2021, which is merely to make a name change to the municipalities of Siparia and Diego Martin from regional corporations to boroughs. That's all that was here. The member went way back to the NARAs. Let me remind him of the NARAs, because they did a comprehensive local government package. Comprehensive. In 1990, given the size of the various corporations and so on, the number, the electorate, the population density, and other factors, the NAR passed in the Parliament then in 1990 a bill for an act for the Municipal Corporations Act, where they created 18 municipalities. 18. As soon as the PNM came into office in 1992, they repealed that. They removed the 18 boroughs and corporations and so on, municipal corporations, regional borough cities, and did what? Reduced it down to 14. So there, when you talk about landmass and you talk about Kuva, Tabaki, Talparo racing across the country from way down in Kuva up to all the way to Talparo, you talk about Tunapino Regional Corporation, huge corporation. Samuel Laventil, huge corporations. But the PNM saw it as a dagger in their heart, because that would have given a more equitable distribution of electorate and equality in that region. So going back to the NAR time, they did comprehensive law and you amended it to suit your own political agenda. The honourable member again talked about the Royal Borough of Arima. Anybody knows of a Royal Borough of Arima? Obviously, the Prime Minister doesn't understand. There's no Royal Borough of Arima. There is a royal charter. They were created by a royal charter. So it's not the Royal Borough of Arima. Ask the member for Arima. I think she was a chairman up there and could really help educate the Prime Minister on this matter. Mayor. Well, mayor includes chairman, in case you didn't know, under the law. Mayor includes chairman.
Teacher.
Section, what is it, 11 or something? Mayor includes chairman. The interpretation section, mayor includes chairman. And that is an important point.
Address the chair, please.
Because the only thing that is going to happen with this bill is when you change the name, instead of a chairman of a corporation, they're going to be called mayor. That's the only tangible change from this bill. Prime Minister tells us the bill went to JSC. Which bill again? Totally misrepresenting what happened. This bill never went to JSC. Never. Minister talked about bills we supported and didn't support, and child marriage bill and so on. Look, I have the list here, but I'll leave it for another day because I really want to get back to the meat at hand, the matter at hand, and to demonstrate that at the end of this day and the end of the debate in the Senate, nothing would have brought any tangible benefits to the people of Siparia and to the people of Diego Martin as a result of this name change bill. The Prime Minister spoke about how a borough would help us. Nothing did the Minister say. Prime Minister, Diego Martin West, not a word about what benefits we will get from this bill. So here we are today. Here we are. When we are dealing with this bill, as we discuss the merits and demerits of it, we are doing so at a time of chaos and uncertainty in the local government system. As we discuss the merits and demerits of the proposed legislation before us, our local government reps from both sides of the political divide, they are in a state of limbo And when the Prime Minister made his statement, I did ask that question for a reason, because the statement that he gave took us up to the date of the Privy Council decision, but not a word about post-Privy Council decision. What is the status? They are in limbo, whether they be from Siparia, whether it be from Diego Martin, and throughout the system. So as we come to make this amendment to change the status of the Siparia and the other one, the honourable member for San Fernando West is piloting the bill again. The only way I can do this is to go through with what the honourable member said, because I do not want to stray from relevance. We are not debating the local government reform bill. That was done and passed in this House by some members. Today we are debating the name change to these two corporations. At page 24 of the Hansard, which records the contribution of the member for San Fernando West, member said, local government reform must be a feature of our independent and Republican country. All highfalutin words, very lofty words. This member is very used to coming with something really grand and great. But if you are so concerned about local government reform as a feature of independent TNT, why don't you give local government the constitutional protection that they need, rather than leave it to a government who will use a simple majority to postpone elections as you did, and then you were overruled by the Privy Council? On 3 occasions, the PNM has done this. Use local government to deprive people of their right to go to the vote.
Yeah.
The honourable member told us, shame on you, and I'll come back to that in a moment. You know, for us in the UNC, the Prime Minister tell us they said, all we want is election date. All we want is election date. And therefore, what will happen? What will change? Well, I'll tell you, everything will change. Everything will change. When you are voted out, everything will change. We were there once. We have a track record, and we can do it again. Honourable member at page 24 of the Hansard, San Fernando West. This bill articulates around several amendments. Again, the language, you know, articulates around several amendments to the Municipal Corporations Act, which we passed and which we partially proclaim. Mr. Deputy Speaker, the Privy Council found that the manner in which we expected to proclaim law to extend the terms of councillors and aldermen was wrong. So you have left us in this state of legal confusion. The member continued, we partially proclaim recent amendments, and specifically in giving ourselves time for local government reform, which is what this conversion to borough status is. Yet about months later, almost half of the extra year that the government gave itself to bring and to implement the local government reforms, up to today, nothing has been done. Nothing. So the Prime Minister is speaking of it all the time, Minister all the time, local government reform, local government reform. Name me one tangible thing that has been done. Nothing has been done. You proclaimed the procurement law, fully proclaimed it, which now means that all these corporations, including Siparia and Diego Martin, all these corporations, they have to have procurement officers and everything. Nothing has been put in place. So whilst it is that the Central Tenders Board Act is being amended here under this Borough Status Bill, amendment to the CTB Act, which says that anything that started under the CTB will continue. That's what Procurement Act tells us. And CTB is here amended, so it now includes that they will have purview, jurisdiction over the borough now of Siparia and borough of Diego Martin. Previously, name change again. What's in a name? All of it is merely cosmetic name changing. So in the procurement issues, and having the CTB there, not a single thing can happen in terms of goods and services in this new borough of Siparia and new borough of Diego Martin, because you don't have officers. And every contractor has to apply to the procurement regulator. They have to register. So everything is at a standstill. For 2 reasons. One is that full implementation of the procurement, but no implementation of what is needed for that reform with the procurement law. And the second is that the local government practitioners, apart from the mayor and chairman, they are all defunct. They expired, they retired on the 3rd of December last year, and therefore cannot function. A lot of work has to be done by committees of the councils, And the Honorable Attorney General, you know, there's the Honorable former Attorney General. There's a kind of malaise taking place, a kind of pattern of behavior where ministers are going to court, swearing witness statements, witness affidavits, and not speaking the truth. Yeah. Not speaking the truth. We all know the famous one in the Miami court. But in this very case that the Honorable Member for San Fernando West, thank God for the judiciary, and it's in the answer, I can give you the page numbers so I can respond to it. That Privy Council ruling. When they went to court, the minister.
48.6, identifying a member of parliament and imputing improper motive to him, and saying somebody is not swearing, right? 48.6.
Again. Okay. Honourable Member, again, you said you're quoting from Hansard, or you're going on to a different document now?
No, I'm giving the affidavit evidence from the court.
With regards to the Privy Council ruling?
Yes, sir.
No, again, I would not allow you to go down on that particular
I'll go
aspect.
back to the Hansard and continue why.
Because I know you were quoting from the Hansard all the time. So, again, right, so members, I have ruled, proceed. I'm recognizing Siparia, member for Siparia.
I am guided, and I'm saying in the Hansard, the honourable member said that they partially proclaimed recent amendments, giving themselves time for local government reform. And I was raising the point that in spite of almost 6 months, what has been done? It is correct. At a press conference in November, the minister announced the postponement of the election, indicating that they intended to draft a schedule of activities to roll out reform. The minister, we were informed, and this was also repeated at a monthly meeting of ministry chairman and practitioners and so on. Again, no sight of the schedule.
Nothing.
As an editorial pointed out today, I think today or yesterday, or early in the week, that during the Privy Council hearings, Council for Government made it clear that the reason for delay in holding elections was to give government enough time to roll out the full complement of legislative amendments. And the question says it's very curious, therefore, halfway through that year, which they set themselves, they have yet to implement even one of those promises. So when the Honourable Prime Minister comes here today and talks about local government reform and local government reform, where's the schedule? Local government reform, page 37 by San Fernando West, is being aggressively implemented. Aggressively. Where's the schedule for the rollout of this package? Has anything been communicated to the corporations?
Aggressively.
They have done nothing since they postponed the election. And then at paragraph 24, I quote from the Hansard of the Honourable Member. Minutes ago, in the Court of Appeal, we just won the law, the challenge that was brought by the UNC against the government to try and shrink out amendments. It's in the Hansard. You want a copy of Hansard? Page 24.
I rise on standing order 55(1)B. That two other speakers speak on this already.
But
certainly Couva North, you just read that all out.
Again, member, I give you some leeway. I give you some leeway, Titan, as we say, with regards to, it's not local government we're dealing with, but the two boroughs.
So, boasting that they won the challenge against the government to try and strike out amendments. That is totally not true. There was no application in the court that Minister was speaking about to strike out any amendments. No, it is untrue, and we must correct the record. It is untrue. You have come here and you tell untruth all the time.
Forgive him, Lord.
Nothing was to strike out amendments. Before the court, it was an interpretation that was asked for about whether that section applied to the income months. That is what was before. And today, the Honourable Prime Minister got it right, which is unusual. He got that point right. It was an interpretation. It was not a strike-out application at all. So I want to correct the record on that matter.
No one No wonder he got demoted.
Right, so here we are with this entire, whether there was consultation or no consultation. Again, the Honourable Prime Minister misled this Parliament, in my respectful view, when he said there was widespread consultation going back from 1990 or the NAR and way back when. No, no, no. Those had nothing to do with borough status and the name of a borough. Nothing whatsoever to do. Nothing. Then the Honourable Member told us at page 28 of the Hansard that these two corporations, member for Couva North mentioned that the member talked about the desire of the people of Siparia and the desire of the people of Diego Martin. I'm not going into that detail about the desire. But again, I want to correct the record about what the minister has put into this record. That here it is that the people of Siparia passed this resolution. The UNC councillors passed this resolution. The Prime Minister came to them and tried to say that we or somebody was asking them to change their vote. Nothing of the sort has happened. Nothing has happened. That was totally untrue. And therefore, to say that these resolutions passed by the previous, they were passed by a previous council. They were passed in 2019. The terms of those councils ended in December 2019 when the elections were called. It was a previous council that passed them. That election date was 11th October 2019, and these resolutions, the member gave the date. They were passed in 2020. And I want to reaffirm, they were passed 21st, the Siparia Corporation, 21st January, and the other ones were passed thereafter. Now, the minister talked about consultation. And Prime Minister, again, he said the first point is consultation. When you look at the minutes of a meeting held in the Siparia Corporation on February 6th, 2019, this is after the motions were passed. This motion, this meeting, the PS came, the former minister came down, all the councillors and all the men, they were all present on that day, Monday, 20th September 2021, followed upon the motion at the Siparia Corporation. And this is what those councillors had to say. On the 20th September 2021, they made it very clear. Listen, Alderman Shanarde Ramadas Singh indicated that the motion was moved in 2019. There was no information communicated to members of the council. They were not enlightened of same previously, whether the motion was still valid. Councillor Javed Mohammed informed that there were 4 new members of council. 4 new members of the then council who had nothing to do with the previous motion. They had no information whatsoever in this matter. So when you want to talk about elected representatives of Siparia, who now you're saying voted for this and said desire, the councillors are telling us for themselves 4 new members. They had not given any documentation. And he said he represented Burgesses, and unfortunately this matter just appeared. Alderman Ramadas Singh again informed the corporation did not receive any correspondence informing or updating about this matter. Alderman Christine Neptune questioned why this particular motion was a concern and why it seemed as though this was suddenly thrown on the council. Councillor Derek Boren raised concerns, time frame for implementation, funding to change physical assets with the new name, changing boundaries. And so that meeting continued. Councillor Dunad Meru informed that there was a need for dialogue with the Burgesses and how the change would affect same both negatively and positively. And it continues, the minister there, I'll move on the point. So on the issue of consultation, I want to say they are very, very mistaken. No consultation with the Burgesses, if you call them. What do you call them then? I'm told that when you're in a borough, you're called Burgesses. When you're in a city, you're called citizens. When you're a regional corporation, they're called what? Residents or electorate. So no consultation with the electorate. And then you tell me, you come here, you tell us. You set up committees, ministerial committees. My colleague mentioned it, talked about it, Couva North. These committees, you couldn't find one opposition member to sit on the committee, not one. Not one. And then consulted. We have a chairman, a UNC chairman there. You had these committees, we don't know what they did or didn't do. I think the member has a nice way of saying it, that these interministerial committees were set up to what? Investigate or prosecute or persecute, words to that effect. Again, no opposition. MPs were in these cabinet things, cabinet. So the process of this thing appears to be the genesis, appears to have been these motions moved by a P&M alderman in now a defunct Superior Regional Corporation. Thereafter, this committee, ministerial committee, was set up, and they leave all the whole UNC out of it, which is the controlling votes inside of the Superior Corporation in the council. But what did they do? In Superior, they came and they picked up the one P&M alderman to do this interministerial meeting, himself to himself. So don't come to this parliament and misrepresent and tell people you consult the people of Superior. You did not consult Superior. Yeah. So, Member said they investigated, here's his wording, investigated and interrogated the subcommittee. What did they investigate and interrogate? And whom did they investigate and interrogate, as I say, having left out all the people? At paragraph 26, give me a time check, please. At paragraph 26, we see that a corporation, the member of the San Fernando West, he says a corporation, a borough, and a town, a city are all, in fact, all municipal corporations. So whichever one, that's what I was telling Aruka Maloney a little while ago, whether it's a borough, whichever, they're all under the Act, municipal corporations. And that is correct. The minister did say that. But according to the Judicial Committee, the UK's Privy Council Office, this is different from the Privy Council, their definition, their website says, the conferring of borough status is purely honorific, like an honor. It's an honor. The district council becomes a borough council, and as a result, the district council chairman and deputy chairman may style themselves mayor and deputy mayor. The change in status had no impact on the functions or responsibilities of the local authority. No impact whatsoever. None whatsoever. The minister's 5 minutes? Oh, yeah. The minister then in 27 says, but they're consequential amendments. Trying to use those to show us that, look, yeah, there's some changes. Going to be some changes. We know. I'll come back to those in clauses 4 and 5 to see what those are. The minister said, 27 again in this really lofty language, the government has an obligation to make laws for the peace, order, and good government of its society, pursuant to Section 53 of the Constitution. And today we stand here with that capacity to amend the laws that we do. Which part of this law, in this bill, which part of it is going to bring good governance to Trinidad and Tobago? What part of it? What part of it will bring peace? What part of it will bring good governance? What in this bill will allow for peace when you see all the killing, the home invasions, the crime and so on? When you talk about good governance, tell me and show me where in this change of name. This is a change of name bill, you know. Nothing else is changing. Tell me what else is this. How is this going to benefit the people of Superior and the people of Diego Martin? So all the nice language, but even the Prime Minister today, Deputy Speaker, could not name one benefit of this borough change, this name change. Not one. Talked about community identification, and that's why he quoted the Arima, the Royal Arima, wrongly quoted about, named it. Talked about that, but kept saying community identification. Hey, where in this bill is that community identification if you change from regional corporation to borough? I keep making that point because that to me is the key issue in this entire debate and changing the name. Look, I have nothing against anything that will bring benefit to the people of Diego Martin, Superior, and indeed all of Trinidad and Tobago. Now, the member understands, you know, but this name change is really merely just a name change, because at page 28 in the Hansard, he talks about certain indicators, moving from a town to a borough to a city, and didn't tell us what these indicators are. And indeed, in his wind-up, he made clear to share some of these indicators. In clause 6 of the bill, at paragraph 24, the minister says, page 28 of the Hansard, in clause 6, we'll talk about whether you can reverse, how you park, indicators, etc. And you'll see that in clause 6 of the bill. So we just jumped it there and moved on. But I'll come back to that because let's see what this traffic thing, these amendments, what are they going to actually do? Minister talked about 33 years away from last creation of a borough. Page 28, by way of local economic development. Again, what is the source of this data? What is the data? By way of comparison with the EBC, there's no change with the EBC. You told us no boundary changes. You told us the same number of councillors will remain, the same number of aldermen will remain. So nothing is changing in the EBC, even though you're amending the RPA, the Representation of the People Act. You amended, but all you amended to do is put in the new name. Nothing changes. Boundaries the same. Electorate the same. The number of aldermen, 4. The number of councillors elected, 4, remains the same. So RPA amendment here doesn't change the price of cocoa. Nothing changes, only the name. The member told us about significant growth and so on. I think my colleague spoke a bit about that, and I would not go down that line. But just remember, the Tunapuna Corporation, as you well know, has an airport, one of the best airports in the Caribbean. In terms of Siparia, member talk, look, you will have your chance, and if you stand up and talk, we may listen to you. So if you have a point of order, please feel free to raise it.
No,
so just more in shame is not going to help
Member
us.
for Siparia. Yeah, Honourable Member for Siparia, rest assured you will be protected, right? Please, right? Rest assured you will be protected, but you know, please let's do it in a nice fashion with decorum, please. Oh, time has elapsed. You have an additional 15. You care to avail yourself?
I thank you very much,
Right,
sir.
proceed on.
Okay, so let's talk about these other changes and whether that is going to benefit the people. The minister told us we have to look at the amendments to the motor vehicles and road traffic regulations. What does that tell us? What changes are going to be now that we're going to call these places a borough? What is the change there for motor vehicle? Tells us things about reversing. Tells us about where you could park, where you cannot park. Tell me how any of that is going to help the traffic congestion in Diego Martin and in Siparia. Tell me about it. So we have clause 5, clause 3rd schedule amendments and so on. And we come to the Motor Vehicle Act. Listen what it is as a benefit from the amendments to this act as consequential amendments here. Borough of Diego Martin name changes. Regulation 2 is amended. Municipal area means the boroughs and so on. Regulation 29 is amended as follows. Notwithstanding the provisions of Regulation 28 and a motor vehicle when stationary at night within the boundaries of these boroughs now, which will include these two, need not show 2 lights in front and at least 2 lamps at the back if all the following conditions are complied.
Big change.
Big change. How is it going to help traffic congestion? The conditions are if such vehicle is drawn up as close as possible to its left or near side of the road. If there is a fixed or painted on the rear of the vehicle a reflective material or substance that is easily visible. Regulation 38 is amended as follows. He shall not cause the motor vehicle to travel backwards for a greater distance or time than may be requisite for the safety or convenience of the occupants of the motor vehicle. How is this going to help the quality of life and the traffic? Because look at Port of Spain, which is a city, has the same traffic regulations. And what happens in Port of Spain? Gridlock jam. We change it into a borough, then it's not going to help anyone. The driver of a public service vehicle shall comply with the following regulations. He shall not, in these cities and boroughs and so on, draw up his omnibus on a road other than at a public stand appointed under the Act. So all these takeaways are really consequential amendments that will not impact or benefit the residents, citizens in those places. We talk about amendments with respect to the Markets and Abattoirs Act. What are we doing? You know what is the amendment? Now that you're going to be called a borough, you cannot sell fish or meat in an open space. So what about all those Diego Martin fishermen? What about all of them? What about all our fishermen down in Cedros, down in Queen Anne, down Lossy Row, wherever it may be in Superior? What's going to happen? You cannot sell. Now that you're a borough, wow, you're very, very, very important. Honored. You're honored to be a borough. So there are several other areas where the consequential amendments, I'm looking for that brief with you, consequential amendments. So one immediate thing that will happen is this. You will get a change of name from chairman to mayor, and from deputy chairman to deputy mayor.
Big deal.
Big deal. Because when you look at the act now, you may not, it says all these are still municipalities. They're all the same. Then you get the change as well to the markets and slaughterhouse. That's the one I was looking at. Part 8 of that act will now apply to these places. This part doesn't apply to a municipality which is not a city or borough, except whatever. But by legal notice 133 of 1993, the operation of Part 7, Part 8 of the Act was extended to these municipal corporations. So they already had it extended to them by a legal notice, all the regional corporations. So when you change them now into boroughs, it's not going to change the price of cocoa or fish or meat. There are a few sections that remain, and this is what will happen. No person may hold market for the sale of fresh meat, fish, or other marketable commodities in any place within a city or borough, not being a public market. That's the point I made before. So that to me seems to be like a disadvantage rather than a benefit. There's some other provisions, again, ludicrous and minor. With respect to municipal police, again, there's no change here. Legal notice number 194 of 1996, no material difference when it comes to the municipal police. Come to clause 4. All these are consequential changes. So all these changes are basically, I said again, to put in the new name changes. So as I give me a time check, please. As we close on this matter, 10 minutes, oh great. EBC change. In this act, you have a consequential amendment and others. Again, municipality means now to include these 2 new boroughs. For the purposes of the act, we are divided, and now we change it. Before it was 5. It was 5, 7 regional. You just, again, consequential to reflect the 2 new ones. That takes care of the consequential amendments in this particular piece of law. I talked to you about the motor vehicles and road traffic regulations, and again, nothing to bring benefit to anyone. So when we compare them to see where we are going, we are not going to get any better. And if I may go to one other point, my colleague raised the issue of the cost of signage. This name change is going to cost the taxpayers of Trinidad and Tobago. How much? And I wish the minister would tell us. My colleague raised the question how much it is. Let's just look at Superior. The cost just to change the sign. You have to change that sign from regional, Superior Regional to Superior Borough. Same thing up in Dago. You'll have to do the same. You have to change signage on every street. You have to change it in every cemetery, We have to change in Superior cremation site. You have to change in markets and abattoirs. You have to change it recreation grounds and parks, on vehicles, signage on buildings. You have to change it. Cost of new stamps. You have to buy new stamp, you know. New stamp. You have to buy new stationery, financial documents. The checks have to be changed too. Name tags, badges, uniforms, all of this. In Siparia, I am advised that there are 412 streets, vested streets approximately. So you have to go and change 412 street signs. Look at this. That's what it's going to cost, over $1 million to $2 million in just signage. What is the benefit to the people of Trinidad and Tobago? Conclusion.
Waste money.
What is the benefit for the people of Trinidad and Tobago? And one other thing, Minister, I think you need to talk to somebody like the Minister of Finance, because you gave figures for monies allocated to the corporations. That is totally not true. You said, for example, that Siparia got, what was it? 82 million. Yes. Let us look at Siparia, page 37 of your Hansard. Siparia has received this year 88 million. In 2021, they got 10 million.
Wow.
Here, that is not the truth. That is totally not true. 382% increase in funding, totally not true. In terms of requests for funding, we can demonstrate up to nearly 4% increase in funding for the borough of Siparia. Not true, Mr. Deputy Speaker, totally not true. If you look at the estimates for development expenditure, the minister is way off the mark. Way off the mark. So when the minister tells us now that they had 10 million before, and they're now getting what? 104 million, got 88 million. Yes. What he did was to take oranges and apples and join them together. He was adding the development expenditure when he gave the big figure together with the recurrent expenditure. But when he gave the one for the 10 million, he didn't do that. So he gave the lower figure. Again, just misleading this house. Misleading this house. There was some material change to the allocations, or the actual spend and so on. And the issue that the minister pointed this time, the point minister made about people not using the money, nothing is further from the truth. Nothing further from the truth. Nothing further from the truth. So when we see here now, there was an instance in where was it, Grandy somewhere, you give them the money, what is it, could you share a week or something before the budget? You give it 2 days before the end. How will they spend it? But how come we didn't have that problem under the administration island? And then minister says, oh, you get a great benefit here, it's a great benefit. You will now be able to get twinning. The local government association, you could twin. Minister, are you the local government minister of this country now? Don't you know Sandy Grandy, who is a regional corporation, is twinned with an international corporation abroad? Don't you know that? You don't have to become a borough to be twinned. You can be anyone. I'm sure the Deputy Speaker knows as a local government practitioner. You don't have to become a borough. You don't have to be, it's been going on for years. You don't have to become a borough to get twinning status. And then the minister tells us again, well, you could get more funding now. You could get loans and so on. It is always the law of our land, unless it is changed, that any statutory body who wants to get a loan, and all these corporations are statutory bodies created under statute, if you want to get a loan, you have to go to the Honourable Minister of Finance. So don't talk finance again, future Minister. Talk to the Minister of Finance. Talk to the Minister of Finance. Those are some of the main areas that I recall. And as I close, I want to thank you, Deputy Speaker, for the time.
Blues, you share blues.
So I can't talk about the Privy Council judgment, but I can tell you something. The right to vote, for a citizen to exercise a right to vote, whether they be in a borough of Siparia or whether they be in the borough of Digomat, wherever they may be. I want you to remember this acronym, VOTE. What does it mean? Victory of the electorate. Vote, victory of the electorate. But it seems that the PNM, vote means victory over the electorate. Power for them and victory of power over the electorate. The opposition, UNC, we will always stand with the people of TNT. We will support measures that will improve the quality of their lives. I say again, this bill represents nothing more than a superficial change. And the people of Diego Martin and Siparia, indeed the whole of TNT, we deserve a government that will seek their best interests. This government has shown that it does not care about fixing the mess they have created. Failing economy, spiraling crime rate, declining business sector, high unemployment. I say, Mr. Deputy Speaker, the people want change, and we demand that change. And we say to them, you're suffering, we know, but don't tote, vote. Don't tote. If there's high prices, there's flooding, there's crime, unemployment, don't tote, vote. And when you go to vote, you vote for the UNC. I thank you very much.
I recognize the member for San Fernando West.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. It was good to see Siparia on her feet addressing the Honourable House. It's been a long, long time since I've seen the Honourable Member speak with some zeal, because it's quite interesting because...
Please, members.
Yes, Mr. Deputy Speaker, it's good to hear from the Honourable Member for Siparia, always engaging, regrettably, still as trivial as always, and contribution lacking in purpose. But I'll deal with that with specifics, and I will unmask some of the untruths told by the member for Siparia by reference to the particulars of facts, Mr. Deputy Speaker. So, Mr. Deputy Speaker, we've heard for 3 successive days and more in this House how trivial this debate is. The Honourable Member for Siparia called this debate a name change debate and spent her entire contribution, when it was open, if it was as trivial as the Honourable Member claims it is, to just simply say, I agree and let's move on. But that's not what the Honourable Member did. Indeed, Mr. Deputy Speaker, what I can say is that the echoes of Siparia were heard in St. Augustine, were heard in Oropouche West, were heard today in Couva North, because they all had pretty much the same thing to say, save for the skirting of the Piapo judgment, which the Honourable Member for Siparia tried to engage in, but I'm sure there'll be another opportunity for that, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Mr. Deputy Speaker, the bill before us is connected to local government reform, and the Honourable Prime Minister presented an excellent position on the confluence of this particular bill, together with the fact that local government reform was afoot. Mr. Deputy Speaker, when I piloted this law, I did reflect upon the Court of Appeal's decision in February, as I did, which was then upholding of the validity of the proclamation of certain sections. And as a matter of fact, the Honourable Prime Minister has today put the government's position post the Privy Council's judgment. I can't understand for the life of me how one can seek to change facts, however. So the fact that the Court of Appeal ruled in a particular way is just a fact. And the fact that the Privy Council ruled in a particular way is just a fact.
Relevance. 48.
And again, members, the member for Diego Martin West would have given a little opportunity. Siparia was also given, member for Siparia was also given a little opportunity. In your winding up, I'll give you a little opportunity. So,
Mr. Deputy Speaker, the rules of debate, thank you for allowing me to engage in a reply, because that's what I'm doing. Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. It isn't tedious repetition to reply in a debate, so I thank you for your guidance, Mr. Deputy Speaker, in upholding my position. Mr. Deputy Speaker, the fact is that the law is crystal clear. Mr. Deputy Speaker, can you control Siparia?
again, members, again, I am recognizing the member for San Fernando West. Please, let's hear his discourse in silence.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Mr. Deputy Speaker, the Honourable Member for Siparia stood here and made a startling allegation, which I wish to respond to. The Honourable Member said that there was no clarity and that people are in limbo post the delivery of the Privy Council judgment. The Honourable Member is a seasoned member of this Parliament and saw it fit to gift herself silk, and therefore ought to be capable of reading the Municipal Corporations Act. The Municipal Corporations Act, Mr. Deputy Speaker, is absolutely clear in section 11.4, and permit me to answer the honourable member's question and ridiculous submission about lack of clarity. Section 11.4 of the Municipal Corporations Act reads, the term of office of councillors shall be 3 years, that was changed to 4, and they shall retire together. Let me repeat that. They shall retire together on the last day of every triennial period, the first of which shall be deemed to have begun on the day on which the councillors were elected. The Privy Council, in its judgment of the 18th of May 2023, put in black and white that the councils expired on the 1st of December 2022 because they reversed the Court of Appeal decision. And therefore, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I demand on behalf of the people of Trinidad and Tobago that Siparia gives back the silk that she took for herself. Because, Mr. Deputy Speaker, unless there's a standing order,
I raise a standing order for it. It's insulting and downright degrading for members to speak to another member like that. And in particularly one who is a senior in law.
Member, thank you.
And one who has one.
All right, member for Naparima. Your standing order has been heard. So, members, please, again, right? I know you are winding up the bill. I know you have to respond, but let's keep it all in tandem with the information that's before us on the bill, please.
The Deputy Speaker, for the record, I'm responding to the honourable member as I'm entitled to do. Thank you very much for giving me that privilege and for your guidance. So, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I demand on behalf of the people of Trinidad and Tobago that the member for Siparia read the Municipal Corporations Act, particularly because it is expressly clear in section 11.4 that the councillors and aldermen retired in the triennial term, and therefore their life came to an end on the 1st of December 2022. If the honourable member is not capable of reading the law, then I invite the honourable member to read the judgment of the Privy Council's majority, which expressly said that the life of the council came to an end on the 1st of December 2022. So for the honourable member to stand up, and worse yet, babble and crosstalk while I'm trying to wrap up this debate, Mr. Deputy Speaker, to misrepresent that there's some uncertainty is just wrong, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Mr. Deputy Speaker, the honourable member, again, in a bold-faced untruth to the people of Trinidad and Tobago on this floor, sought to say, in resonating an allegation by Couva North, that there was no attempt for the UNC to reverse its position in the Siparia Council having resolved to obtain borough status. The honourable member read from some scraps of paper that I couldn't get the reference to, Mr. Deputy Speaker, because the reference was not put audibly onto the Hansard. But what I found curious, Mr. Deputy Speaker, is that Mr. Deputy Speaker, will you control Naparima?
Members, please. Again, members in silence. Right? That's the rule of this particular chamber. I recognize again in his winding up the member for San Fernando West. Proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Mr. Deputy Speaker, what was staggering is that the honourable member for Siparia did not read from the full text of the motion coming from the Siparia Regional Corporation. In fact, Mr. Deputy Speaker, the Siparia Corporation met and discussed, and it is in the minutes of the Siparia Corporation's records, which I'm just looking for now to read for you, Mr. Deputy Speaker, that they were caused to meet as a council to read into the record an explanation as to why one Dave Tanku, the member for Oropouche West, attended at the invitation of members to have a discussion on the Siparia resolution, which to date has not been rescinded by a subsequent council. And Mr. Deputy Speaker, I just say to the member for Siparia, if one purports to give a position, give the whole position. Because the member ought to know that the Siparia Regional Corporation, in fact, held its meeting. And let me give you, Honourable Deputy Speaker, the reference. There is, from the Corporate Secretary of the Siparia Regional Corporation to the Permanent Secretary of the Ministry of Rural Development and Local Government, correspondence dated 27th of September 2021. And the subject is consensus of the Siparia Regional Corporations Council with regard to the status change of the Borough Corporation. And, Mr. Deputy Speaker, at the 21st statutory meeting held on September 23rd, 2021, when the member came to tell us, Siparia came to tell us about resolutions in 2019, the honourable member neglected to give the full position and therefore, in my humble estimation, misled this honourable House by not referring to the fact that at item 244.1 of the minutes, it is in black and white that Alderman of the corporation in Senias indicated that he found it disrespectful that the Member for Parliament for Oropouche East, Mr. Devindranath Tanku, was invited to attend the meeting and was allowed to contribute. And I'm speaking now about specifically the matter of Siparia and its resolution for borough status. So, Mr. Deputy Speaker...
No. Siparia and St. Augustine, that's not how it's done. Member for Siparia, you had your opportunity, and I think you had it well. Please, please.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, the minutes of the Siparia Corporation in 2021 clearly demonstrate that up to the life of the current council, the incumbent council which has just expired, ruling given on May 18th, 2023, that it expired since December 1st, that in the life of that council, there was discussion in relation to the Siparia Regional Corporation resolving that it wanted to become a corporation which was to move to borough status. So for the members to stand opposite and say that nobody in the UNC tried to get them, the Siparia Corporation, to change their mind and to trivialize the role of an alderman of the Siparia Corporation and say, well, that's just an alderman. I'm sorry, Mr. Deputy Speaker. The People's National Movement does not trivialize local government politics, and we do not share in the politics of the member for Siparia. Mr. Deputy Speaker, the fact is that the honourable member asked, what is different today? And Mr. Deputy Speaker, the honourable member for Siparia asked that in two particular ways, as she now leaves the chamber. Mr. Deputy Speaker, the fact is...
No. Member for St. Augustine. No, listen. Member for St. Augustine. You continue to do it. You continue to do it. No, it's not a discourse. It's not a discourse. You do not have to respond to everything that is being mentioned. Please. Member for Siparia, you okay? Nice. Fine.
Yes, Mr. Deputy Speaker, if one can even navigate a response in silence, it will be appreciated, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Thank you, St. Augustine. Mr. Deputy Speaker, the fact is that the Honourable Member for Siparia asked what is different now. The Honourable Member for Siparia asked that in two specific manners, two specific contexts. One, with respect to the public procurement legislation, and then went on to make an untruthful and bold allegation that no procurement officers have been appointed in the context of the local government nomination of its persons for public procurement, and then also asked, in the context of the status of borough, what was different now? Mr. Deputy Speaker, just to again point out another glaring untruth by the member for Siparia, I wish to refer to written correspondence sent to the ministry by the CEO for the Siparia Corporation, which in fact provided the correspondence from the Ministry of Rural Development and Local Government to all corporations. And what I find outstanding is that the member for Siparia, who is representative of one of the constituencies in the Siparia Regional Corporation, does not know, via the chairman of that corporation, who is a member of the UNC, that there is in fact named procurement officers for all 14 regional corporations. And for the record, Mr. Deputy Speaker, with respect to the Siparia Regional Corporation, permit me to put it on record that the administrative officer to Mrs. Cheryl Pariag Singh, with particular contact details, is the named procurement officer. So for the leader of the opposition, the member for Siparia, to stand in this house and say that there are no officers, particularly in the Siparia Regional Corporation, is just a complete untruth. And I'm now on to untruth number 5 of the member for Siparia. Litany of untruths. Mr. Deputy Speaker, with respect to the honourable member and the allegation that there was why the change now to borough, I just want to put on record, as the Honourable Prime Minister flagged, the borough of Chaguanas was created as a borough by simply including it by name as a borough in the 1990 Act, which brought to life the Municipal Corporations Act. The member for Siparia said there is no evidence and stood and screamed at us. What is the source of the data to say that it's 33 years since a borough was created? What is the source? Mr. Deputy Speaker, again, the source is the Municipal Corporations Act itself. Mr. Deputy Speaker, Chapter 2504, and if one has a simple ability in mathematics and you deduct the time frame, you take 2023, the year we're in now, and you minus 1990, you get 33 years, Mr. Deputy Speaker. And that is the source of the authority. The source of the authority is the very law that we are debating by way of amendment today, the parent law being the Municipal Corporations Act. Mr. Deputy Speaker, the member for Siparia stood and said to us that the UNC does not support property tax and that the time is wrong. Mr. Deputy Speaker, in making that very bold allegation that the UNC does not support property tax now, I want to remind the leader of the opposition that when Siparia was the Prime Minister of this country, it was the Minister of Finance, Mr. Larry Hawaii, that came to the Parliament and informed that property tax would be applied to all citizens in Trinidad and Tobago in the year 2015. Mr. Deputy Speaker, in answering what is different now, permit me to inform as follows. There is a vast difference from when Dr. Rowley, as the opposition leader, spoke in relation to his reservations on property tax and now. And what is that difference, Mr. Deputy Speaker? It is the amendments made in the 2022 Local Government Reform Act. And specifically, in that Local Government Reform Act, I want to remind that the Miscellaneous Provisions Act, which came into effect in 2022, Section 10 amended the Property Tax Act by inserting after Section 9 a new Section 9A. And that Section 9A says, notwithstanding subsection 1, tax on residential land shall be paid to the municipal corporation in which the residential land is located. Mr. Deputy Speaker, the Honourable Member for Siparia clearly does not have the power of recollection, nor the power of research, and certainly not the ability to give us the whole position by way of truth. because there is a vast difference between property tax going to the central government under the Property Tax Act and property tax going to the municipal corporation pursuant to the Local Government Reform Package, which by Section 10 of the Municipal Corporations Act amended the Property Tax Act to insert a new Section 9A, giving the property tax to the municipal corporations so that they can spend the money. The second difference, which Siparia is obviously incapable of finding in law, is the fact that the Municipal Corporations Act, as it has been amended by the 2022 reform package, creates standing committees, full-time executive councils, so that those standing committees can engage in expenditure which includes property tax for the benefit of their burgesses. If the concept of a borough was so odious to the member for Siparia, and whilst the member for Siparia was Prime Minister and enjoyed a parliamentary majority in the House of Representatives of 29 seats to the PNM's 12, why then did the member for Siparia simply not remove the borough of Chaguanas from the status of borough of Chaguanas? Why? If it is so odious and such a name change and so worthless, why did the member for Siparia not simply remove Chaguanas as a borough? No, Mr. Deputy Speaker, that was nowhere in the intention of the member for Siparia, because do so, don't like so, particularly when in opposition in the UNC camp, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Much like the passion of the honourable members to reinvent facts, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Mr. Deputy Speaker, the honourable member for Siparia went into some history and told us that the NAR did a comprehensive local government reform package and created 18 municipal corporations, and that in 1992, the PNM in fact moved downward to 14 by adjusting the number of municipal corporations down to 13, leaving the cities and boroughs right where they were. Mr. Deputy Speaker, the fact is that that was done by reference to geography and density. Mr. Deputy Speaker, it is incumbent upon the political majority that controls a parliament and that forms government to listen to all arms of government. The government was faced via my predecessor in title, the Honourable Haji Kazim Hussain, the previous Minister of Rural Development and Local Government, with written resolutions coming from the Diego Martin Regional Corporation and the Siparia Regional Corporation, where the elected representatives of the municipal corporations, councillors and aldermen as well, resolved in writing that they wish the status of borough. How does a government sit and do nothing in relation to that? Is that the style that the member for Siparia advocates a government ought to engage in? Is that it? When one is called upon to make law in the parliament, because the only way that we can achieve borough status with no prescription in the law clear to cause change from borough to city, etc., is by the methodology that we're engaging in today in this bill. We're amending the Municipal Corporations Act. We must amend 5 other consequential laws by way of consequential amendments, which you see in clause 6 of the bill. But, Mr. Deputy Speaker, it is an obligation of central government to deliver the wishes by the resolutions coming from the 2 corporations. And, Mr. Deputy Speaker, in simply saying that it is a name change, if it is a name change, then why have you spent 3 days opposing it? If it is so trivial a matter, why are you engaged in 3 days of debate to oppose it? And if it doesn't make sense, as the member for Naparima says in his contribution to this debate earlier, then one has to ask the question, well, why didn't you change it, Mr. Deputy Speaker, in the course whilst you were in power as the government with a special majority in the House of Representatives? It just doesn't make sense, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Mr. Deputy Speaker, the references that the Honourable Prime Minister made to Joint Select Committee, those references were very clear. The Honourable Prime Minister was making reference to the fact that we are dealing with, Mr. Deputy Speaker, we are dealing with, Mr. Deputy Speaker, the association of this bill with local government reform. And Mr. Deputy Speaker, for the record, and by way of particularity of facts, the consultation engaged in the larger local government reform package was 1.1 million online contributions, 32,000 in-person contributions, and those were met by a minority report of the opposition where they simply said, disagreement with property tax, do not wish to have the creation of an executive council because it excludes a minority, that there's no provision for equity in population size, and there was insufficient consultation with stakeholders. And for the record and by way of clarification, as to the submissions made by the Honourable Prime Minister, which were criticised by the Leader of the Opposition, that is the context that the Honourable Prime Minister was speaking about. Mr. Deputy Speaker, there was another point. The Leader of the Opposition made a song and a dance saying that the Honourable Prime Minister did not attend to the local government consultation arranged on the discussions for local government reform implementation. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I wish to put on the record that the Prime Minister, having personally convened the meeting, did not attend because the day before the meeting, the Honourable Prime Minister was confirmed to have COVID. And therefore, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I attended that meeting together with the Leader of the House and gave presentation. Now, Mr. Deputy Speaker, the member for Siparia then went on in her tirade to say nothing has been done by way of operationalization for local government reform. Mr. Deputy Speaker, that is the furthest thing from the truth. Because if you talk to the municipal corporations, as I have continuously since March 17, 2022, you will know that today the status of implementation of reform inside of the corporations is significant. Whereas at month 10, the expenditure for PSIP, the Public Sector Investment Program, is usually at 2% in certain corporations, they are in fact at nearly 98% at this point, Mr. Deputy Speaker. And Mr. Deputy Speaker, I want to remind, the government is always extremely conscious about proclaiming law. We are not a Section 34 government. We do not engage in the idle proclamation of law to then have to go to the Parliament to rescind law.
48-1. This has no relevance to the borough debate.
The member is winding up. The member is winding up. Overruled. Proceed.
So in answer to the member for Siparia, who says they have proclaimed nothing in the local government reform package, in a shrill tone, nearly half of the time has gone and they have proclaimed nothing. Show us one thing that has been proclaimed. Mr. Deputy Speaker, the process of proclamation of law requires that you engage in making sure that you protect a government against attack, Mr. Deputy Speaker. And let me give you a live example of what I mean, speaking to you, through you, to the people of Trinidad and Tobago. Mr. Deputy Speaker, when a previous government under Siparia proclaimed the existence of child rehabilitation centers and then was met by a lawsuit from the past Attorney General, who was Attorney General for Siparia, saying that it was premature proclamation, Mr. Deputy Speaker.
Standing Order 48-1. This has no relevance to the borough of Siparia and Digomar.
All right. Members, continue winding up. Member.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. So, Mr. Deputy Speaker, when a government under Siparia proclaimed the child rehabilitation centers And then when in opposition, their Attorney General, who served in that government, rolls out to actually challenge the proclamation of the very law that Siparia oversaw to turn on, to result in damages and the expenditure of millions of dollars, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Them is people to watch Koki eye, Mr. Deputy Speaker, because the court that heard that matter was compelled to comment on what appeared to be the impropriety of the attorney who was taking the point, Mr. Deputy Speaker. And
if you want to talk at the Privy Council, be holistic and say you lose.
Proceed.
Yes, Mr. Deputy Speaker. So, watching the UNC game book, Mr. Deputy Speaker, which is to tell you to do things like proclaim a law when you're not ready, like turn on Section 34 and let people go when you're not ready, and have to go to the Privy Council to rewind the proclamation and vesting of rights, Mr. Deputy Speaker, to watch millions and millions of dollars in legal fees expended with uncertainty, with tens of thousands of people protesting and marching in this country. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I take no advice from the member for Siparia. I do, however, pray for the member of Siparia for her health, the good health. Why, Mr. Deputy Speaker? Because as long as the member for Siparia is in good health, the UNC will stay in opposition.
Member, your initial speaking time has elapsed. You have an additional.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. So, Mr. Deputy Speaker.
Oh, member, I beg to move.
Pardon?
I beg to move.
Oh, is it finished?
Yeah.
Well, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity to demonstrate the untruths of the member for Siparia, and I beg to move.
Honourable members, the question is that the miscellaneous provisions, establishment of the Borough of Diego Martin and the Borough of Siparia Bill 2021 be committed. My apologies. Honourable members, the question is that a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Municipal Corporation Act Chapter 2504 to establish the Borough of Diego Martin and the Borough of Siparia, and to make consequential amendments to the Representation of the People Act, Chapter 201, the Interpretation Act, Chapter 301, the Elections and Boundaries Commission, Local Government and Tobago House of Assembly Act, Chapter 2550, the Motor Vehicles and Road Traffic Regulations, Chapter 4850, the Central Tenders Board Act, Chapter 7191, and other written laws be now read a second time. All in favour say aye. Any against? The ayes have it.
A bill entitled An Act to Amend the Municipal Corporations Act, Chapter 2504, to establish the Borough of Diego Martin and the Borough of Siparia, and to make consequential amendments to the Representation of the People Act, Chapter 201, the Interpretation Act, Chapter 301, the Elections and Boundaries Commission, Local Government and Tobago House of Assembly Act, Chapter 2550, the Motor Vehicles and Road Traffic Regulations, Chapter 4850, the Central Tenders Board Act, Chapter 7191, and other written laws.
Minister of Rural Development and Local Government.
Standing Order 68-1, I beg to move that the miscellaneous provisions, establishment of the Borough of Diego Martin and Borough of Siparia Bill 2021 be committed to the Committee of the Whole to be considered clause by clause, noting that there are no amendments circulated.
Honourable members, the question is that the miscellaneous provisions, establishment of the Borough of Diego Martin and the Borough of Siparia Bill 2021 be committed to the Committee as a whole to be considered clause by clause. All in favour say aye. Any against? The ayes have it. This House will now go into the Committee of the Whole to consider the bill clause by clause. Committee of a whole will convene. Welcome to the senior technocrats at the ministry. Welcome.
Clauses 1 to 6.
The question is that clauses 1 to 6 stand part of the bill. The question is that clauses 1 to 6 now stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. Clauses 1 to 6 now stand part of the bill.
Schedule.
The question is that the schedule stand part of the bill. The question is that the schedules now stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. The schedule now stands part of the bill. Honourable members, the question is that the bill be now reported to the House. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. The House will now resume. The House resumes. Minister of Local Government.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I wish to report that the miscellaneous provisions establishment of the Borough of Diego Martin and the Borough of Siparia Bill 2021 was considered in the Committee of the Whole and approved without amendments. I now beg to move that the House agree with the committee's report.
Honourable members, the question is that this House agree with the committee's report on the miscellaneous provisions, establishment of the Borough of Diego Martin and the Borough of Siparia, Bill 2021. All in favour, say aye. Aye. Any against? The ayes have it. Minister of Rural Development and Local Government.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, I beg to move that a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Municipal Corporations Act, Chapter 2504, to establish the Borough of Diego Martin and the Borough of Siparia, and to make consequential amendments to the Representation of the People Act, Chapter 201, the Interpretation Act, Chapter 301, the Elections and Boundaries Commission, Local Government and Tobago House of Assembly Act, Chapter 2550, the Motor Vehicles and Road Traffic Regulations, Chapter 4850, the Central Tenders Board Act, Chapter 7191, and other written laws be now read a third time and passed.
Honourable members, the question is that a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Municipal Corporations Act, Chapter 2504, to establish the Borough of Diego Martin and the Borough of Siparia, and to make consequential amendments to the Representation of the People Act, Chapter 201, the Interpretation Act, Chapter 301, the Elections and Boundaries Commission, Local Government, and the Tobago House of Assembly Act, Chapter 2550, the Motor Vehicles and the Road Traffic Regulations, Chapter 4850, the Central Tenders Board Act, Chapter 7191, and other written laws be now read a third time and passed. All in favour say aye. Aye. Any against? The ayes have it.
A bill entitled An Act to Amend the Municipal Corporations Act, Chapter 2504, to establish the Borough of Diego Martin and the Borough of Siparia, and to make consequential amendments to the Representation of the People Act, Chapter 201, the Interpretation Act, Chapter 301, the Elections and Boundaries Commission, Local Government and Tobago House of Assembly Act, Chapter 2550, the Motor Vehicles and Road Traffic Regulations, Chapter 4850, the Central Tenders Board Act, Chapter 7191, and other written laws.
Honourable members, at this time the House will be suspended.
Oh, he has to use the washroom.
No, we did that already. Yeah, we did that already. We did that already. Yeah. Yes, honourable members, at this time the sitting will be suspended for approximately 30 minutes.